Right. I just have to set it up again because I did do a template, but it's not kept there. So here we go. Copy. Well, we're all set. If anyone's there, it's Richard. Sorry I was a bit late. Oh, dear. Probably nothing will happen now. I can go to sleep. Yay. It was working fine last night. I had 3 people on the screen at once last night and it worked all right. Well, actually, I had 2 on the screen, but I spoke to 3 different people because one was there with his wife. Yeah. I wonder if I could. Maybe it was the end. You were having trouble at the end, Richard. I don't know. At your end, and you're having trouble with your computer or something. Because you're not back. Not yet, anyway. But anyone want to step up and have a quick chat before Richard arrives? If indeed he does. I hope he does. We were having a good conversation. Starting to get going, and then everything went rather pear-shaped. But never mind. Such is life. Right, what shall I do now? I'll start reading something, I guess, or something. What shall I do? How did I do it last time? I had this over here, didn't I? Right, let's read something. Right. Right, so chapter 2 now. Well, I'll tell you what. I could read this again, couldn't I? Some of this again. Why not? Because it might be a better way of doing it. It's very, very difficult to. But he said something. I don't know what he said. Or something else. I think it's related to another video, possibly. I don't know. Anyway, it's hard. There we go. That's better. The lights in here a bit strong. So I'll read of something. Let's have a look. I don't know, maybe not that one. Try another book. No. Right. I'll have a read of this book. Right, this is a chap called Dominic Hawkins, who is writing in. Wait a minute. No, maybe that's not the right one to do. Hang on a minute. Oh yes, this is a good quote. Listen to this one. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes to be true is false. CIA Director William Casey, February 1981. There you go. It tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? It's a Truman Show. Everything's false, you know. Totally false. Yeah. Moon landings, a whole lot. A whole caboodle. Yeah. The fake building collapses and stuff, you know, on September 11th, and ridiculous telephone calls being made from which you can't even make nowadays. If you go to a channel called Peace Makes Truth, he's done. I've tried to. He put some YouTube videos up recently. I tried to comment, and all my comments got took down. Of course, they always do, invariably. So it's really irritating because I visit channels, I can do thumbs up, but when you can't comment, you know what I mean? Nobody knows you've been there, and they think, oh, we've been ignoring me, you know. I don't know. It's just crazy. The AI, you know, the algorithm, the algorithm. Yeah, AI, you know, it's ridiculous. One geek who wrote AI wrote himself out of a job. Because robots have took over now, and they're just redundant, aren't they? They've written a software that's enslaved themselves and thrown them out of employment. So it's just ridiculous, really. What they should have done if they'd used their loaf, you know, they're pretty clever, these programmers of software and stuff. Well, you know, they could have written a kind of a virus in there that had suddenly come to life. You know, after, you know, certainly after if they'd ever been sacked, they could tap a key on their home computer that would undo and unravel all the tyrannous software that they'd been complicit in writing. That would have been the way to go. Maybe they've already done that, and that might actually happen one day. Who knows? It might all unravel the whole damn thing, because some of these geeks might be thinking, well, these people are trying to enslave everyone, and some of these geeks might not have been fully bought. And because computer software language and stuff like that is so hard to understand for anyone, you know, so they could have already written those in. So it could be like KY jelly virus that was going to snap the internet in two or something, or, you know, crash everything, you know, and all that. What was it? Millennium bug thing, whatever it was called. I can't remember what it was. So that's KY jelly. Sorry about that. If anyone's thinking of purchasing that stuff. Oh, there we go. Rich is back. Oh, cool. Didn't get a notification. Typical. Yeah, it's typical. Yeah, I don't get notifications. You know, I have to go and search people out, look in my subscriptions, and I think, oh, well, I've not seen him for a bit. I'll look what he's doing. So there we go. There's Richard. That's a stream. Is it working?
Hello.
I can hear you. Wow, hallelujah.
I didn't get a notification. I've been waiting, checking, notification, waiting, checking, and I went back to edit.
So you didn't go to my channel and go to my lives and sort of
I went to your channel.
Yeah.
I went to edit the live stream that was onto my channel, and I was putting some links in for your channel.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't a link to your channel. It's only right, isn't it? And then I came out. I'm checking. I'm still. Let me have a look. How long have you been going?
What?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. I've still got no notification. I'm looking at it now. No notification.
Yeah. No.
So
the thing is to do with that. When we've just said I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What I realised is it's going to take me more than 5 minutes to set up and get back in and switch the phone off and quickly nip downstairs and get some water because I've run out of water. So I thought I'd put the upcoming thing for 10 minutes time.
Oh, I seen that. And I thought, I wonder.
So if you'd gone to my channel, if you hadn't got the notification, nothing come up to you, then you could have gone to my channel to see when the upcoming thing was.
I did, and I went to your channel and it said upcoming, but I thought, I wonder if that, because I know people that have like pre-arranged a live stream with YouTube, and then they don't use that YouTube sort of link thing. They go through StreamYard, so it still says upcoming. And I went to it. I got a link for your channel.
Yeah.
I went back to my video. I'm doing that, and then I went back to yours, and then it said live, and I thought, is that the live I've just been on? So, and then I thought, oh gosh, but I've been listening to somebody else's live stream a minute.
Never mind.
But the audio,
I don't know what at the beginning. So if you want to rewind after we've finished, having our discussion, you might want to rewind to the beginning, which is a bit boring for about 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, and then I think, oh, what can I do? I'm looking at different books to have a bit of a read of, something to do to entertain the nobody that's watching. So.
Well, no, the thing is, David. I mean, I watched your reading. You read out of David's book, Climate Fate.
Yeah.
You read that the other, a few nights ago, and I joined. I think I might have joined towards the end, actually.
All right. Did you?
I did comment, and I got a bit paranoid because as soon as I commented, you said, "Right, I'm off." So,
I said what?
Well, as soon as I sort of commented, I think you were winding it up anyway, but that was the end of it. When I commented, you sort of like wound up your live stream. I thought, I
seem to remember something like that. I'm not sure which video that was on, but did you listen to which one did you listen to? The Climate Fate book? Did you? Oh, it was the patents, wasn't it? I was reading all the patents out. Did you listen to a bit of it?
Yeah. I've actually got a PDF of it.
Oh, that's cool.
So I've been working my way through it, but
just remind me what a PDF is. I can't remember what it is.
What?
Printed thing.
No, it's not. It's like the internet version. You can download a PDF.
What is and then PDF? Print.
I don't know what it stands for actually. That's something in digital format, printable digital format, something like that. But if I want to send you
it's an audio file.
No, it's a Word file. Well, words and pictures and images. PDF.
Right, but the thing is, what you won't get with the Word file is you won't get my messing about with different accents and that, because I was getting rather bored with all this bum-numbing stuff that I was reading, all these patents. There's buckets of them. I forgot how many it was. It was about, oh God knows how many. It's about 300 bloody patents in there.
Yeah.
I went to pretty much through the whole damn lot of them. I skipped a couple of them that sort of seemed to be repetitive titles to the patents that seemed very similar to other ones. I was skipping them. A few of them, but most of them I read out. And as I was getting bored, I was suddenly sort of going, well, bloody hell, listen to this one then, mate. You know, what topping idea for a comment that was, mate. You know, because I've lived all over the shop, mate. So
Yeah.
I used to live in Chelmsford, which is pretty close to London. Everyone speaks like that down there, you know. I was actually born in East Anglia near Felixstowe, in Suffolk, so I can do that one, boy. You know, what you on about, boy? What you on about, boy? You know, like if it's speaking really broad, it's rather than you got a light, boy. It's what you on about, boy? Don't be an idiot, and an idiot is an idiot. Don't be such an idiot. And then as I eat my beans with a spoon, you know, stuff like that, you know. So I don't think I didn't do the Suffolk accent, but I did a few northern ones. Like, oh, bagel. Well, there was just another bloody person. Oh, it's
David, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
63.
Are you 63? Are you? See, I'm 58. It gives us a sort of like for me, it sticks you in a time frame. So I know what you've experienced throughout the ages. Yeah. So you'll remember Thatcherism. You'll remember the good old days. You'll remember before glucose fructose syrup.
There never were good old days. That was the big fib.
All right. Let's say the better old days then. They say they were never the good old. Let me tell you this a minute. I've just shared this. I've just shared this again to my channel.
Yeah.
And I don't know why the audio went all strange, but it went strange on my end as well.
I think it was to do with that facility of being able to stream it out to other sources and stuff like that.
Well, I've just done it. I've just done it. So if it kicks off again, because they're not going to like you and me getting together, David.
Oh, no,
and anybody else that comes along that we know.
Anyone communicating about anything whatsoever, unless it's how wonderful, you know, electric cars are, or, you know, Billy Goat's, you know, of hell, you know, how wonderful these programs are.
Or let's hear it, let's all kiss
destruction of the population, you know, his wonderful medical procedures and stuff, you know, absolutely wonderful. What a topping guy, you know.
Yeah, it's sinister, mate. I honestly, going back to what you were on about earlier on about having
demonic. Yeah,
it's a different mindset, isn't it? It's a different soul set. Let's call it that, really. Because what's the mind? It's, you know,
they haven't got a soul. They've sold their soul. They've had their human, all human empathy, feeling, fellow feeling. You know,
emotion.
Well,
no, they have got emotion, but
they've got emotion. They've got pure putrid loathing for people who are in any way, shape, or form of a loving nature.
Yeah,
they want everyone hating each other, and in fact, a lot of these controllers and stuff like that actually can't stand the sight of each other either, because they've just got such a lack of empathy. They actually hate one another as well.
Absolutely. There's going to be a power. There's going to be a power battle, but at the end of the day, you know, whether or not you believe in Satan, the devil, but evil. There's no love in evil.
Well, exactly. I believe in evil. I believe in good as well. I think there's far more good people than evil people.
You know,
it's only what, I don't know. It's point. You know, it's 0.999.
999.
You know,
Careful.
it's not even the 1%. It's probably less than the 1%. It's a 0.5% probably own most of this shit. You know, most of the stuff in the world. It's all been stolen from us, of course, and they've used our money and our know-how and everything.
Oh,
else
absolutely, yeah.
To pursue their aims, which is total enslavement.
I came across. It was back in back in August of last year. Now, why my computer was, I thought it was my computer playing out to do with the sound, because I had so I got some recording stuff working in the background. Because there were 3 articles in my local newspapers, Taunton Gazette, Somerset Gazette. Now, back in August, I don't read the newspapers. Once a week we get the local rag come out, and I might flick through it. It's all bullshit. But on the front headline was new. They want the local councillors were pushing for upgraded CCTV cameras in the street because they felt vulnerable. All right.
Who felt vulnerable?
The councillors.
The councillors. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Now, I got so many videos I need to formulate, but this one I've already narrated it. I'll string it together and put it out. But it was about 2 weeks ago, I think, was the last one, and they've actually now got these digital surveillance cameras up and down the high street, and people are saying, "Oh, yeah, Taunton is a shithole. Taunton is like crime-ridden." You know why they're putting these digital cameras in? And I made a comment. Beep, beep, beep. I mentioned the CBDC. I mentioned the social credit system. I mentioned basically what it's all about is about 15-minute cities. Is to monitor facial recognition and even gait recognition. They can tell people where they walk now, can't they? They reckon.
Yeah, they've had that for years.
Have they?
Yeah.
So
it's an old one that. Yeah,
is it? I didn't know that.
The way you walk. Yeah, they've had that for quite a while. Yeah.
I can tell by the way I use my walk.
Yeah.
I'm an anti-establishmentarianist.
Quite a good impression there.
Staying alive, staying alive. I'm staying alive.
Richard,
Yeah, keep on. I'll tell you what, they played the public really, really well, because my town ain't violent. It goes on everywhere, doesn't it? You know, it goes on in flipping nursery school. Fights, but the fights obviously get more aggressive. But when you introduce alcohol, but there might be one a week. But you don't. I'm from Bristol. That place is like a hive of violence. But when you bear in mind the number of people and the number of incidents, if you've got, let's say, 500,000 people, I don't know how many live in Bristol now. You've got 500,000 people, and then you get one incident of violence a week or a day. 1 in a million is not a lot, is it? 1.5 million. It's not a lot, but they played on that.
But as soon as there's anything happens, as soon as I don't know, as soon as a dog shits on the pavement, that becomes front of the page news. If something slightly worse happens, like some nasty thing happens, they blow it out of all proportion and make it an epidemic in itself. Violence
Absolutely
will increase, and we must crack down with this, that, and the other. Make new laws and get new cameras, and even the councillors don't feel safe in their gated houses and stuff like that.
Here's one. They got the street pastors. It's Friday and Saturday nights. They go out. They set up store in town, and it's like an amalgamation of all different denominations of Christians.
Yeah.
They all come together, and They set up a tea room, like a tea hut.
Uh-huh.
They help the homeless out as well. I've gone there and sitting and chatted with a few of them. But this is the thing, you know, if you believe in God, you're a born again Christian, and Jesus Christ is going to protect you, which He does me. You should have no fear about going out in the public, should you? It goes against the grain of being a Christian, doesn't it? Feeling fear. God told us not to fear of. You know, I'm not preaching religion here.
Yeah.
It's just a way that Christians should be, no fear, which is why I was completely bamboozled.
But that's not happening. That's not happening, Richard. With respect, that is not happening.
No, it's not.
Most Christians are. They're literally, because it's what it is. It's a massive cop out. I mean, if you look at it from it's not. I'm not being cynical. I'm not being cynical because the average Christian is not doing anything because they're waiting for Jesus.
No,
wait a second.
yeah,
They're not
go on.
doing anything because they're waiting for the rapture and all that, which isn't apparently even in the Bible. They're waiting for Jesus, and everything's got to be fine. So Scripture has to be fulfilled. So we have to have epidemics, you know, war, famine, pestilence, which is the epidemic.
Yeah.
Pandemic, the pandemic. Yeah. Famine and death. It has to happen.
Wars, rumors of wars, all that. All these things must come to pass, yeah.
So, do you see what I mean?
Ah.
So it's the ideal thing to just sit on the bum, you know, soak up the mainstream media or whatever, go to the church, pray, you know, perhaps I don't know, you looked at a woman with a lustful eye, and therefore you'd already committed adultery with her in your heart.
Yeah.
Now that's a bit strong, isn't it?
Not really.
That's a bit draconian.
Not really. I don't think so.
I think it's ridiculous. I
think lusting after
many women in my
life. I think looking at somebody and lusting after them, you've created that energy. You've actually used somebody for your sexual desires. But this is the thing.
What's wrong with sexual desire, for God's sake? There's nothing wrong with it. We're created.
Yeah, but
supposedly, according to the book, we're created, and Jesus Christ was even tempted by Mary Magdalene, and apparently, I mean, he may have even had a child by her. I mean, there's all kinds of theories, but
does it say that in the Bible?
Only a conspiracy theory. No, of course not.
Fundamentally, David, what it teaches us is no fear. Okay, that's the thing that we need to.
No, I know. Put on the full armor of God and all that jazz. That's fine for people who are activists and doing things fearlessly, like you are. So I admire your Christian stance and the fact that I do admire your stance, but you are 1 in a million. Well, not 1 in a million. Well, let's say you're 1 in even, I don't know, 400 or something like that.
Well,
probably
we can't put a number on it, but let's listen to this. How many
of them are waiting for war, famine, pestilence, and death, and nation shall rise against nation, and everything else? They're waiting for this because it's fulfilling the damn scripture that some Burke wrote 2,000 bloody years ago. Yeah? And of course, this was all mediated by King James Version. It's only a version. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but what? Listen a minute. No, hold it. When listen, David, when I read that version, if something doesn't resonate with my loving soul, my compassion, my empathy for everything, from another person to a dog to a worm, empathy is having a connection with the feelings of others, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
that is
Why not
sentient.
have? Why shouldn't people have connection with people who are spiritual people that don't necessarily subscribe to any particular religious text? So-called prescient prophecy. At all. But they just use the wisdom of their own heart,
And
which
where
I personally believe. This is what I personally believe, that you can't get God or the Creator out of a book because it's already hardwired to your heart when you were born.
and then
Yeah,
it's
listen.
put into a it's put in a
Listen,
way that
Richard.
we
Let
can
me tell you. Let
understand.
me tell you something. I'm a friend, quite long-standing friend, who was a born-again Baptist, and he was 42 years or something like that. Yeah, 42 years, I think he said. He was knocking on doors, getting everyone to be baptized, and must follow this religion. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but I think it's about there's about 3,000. There's a hell of a lot anyway. Different sects of
Denominations.
Christianity,
Yeah,
denominations, whatever you want to
yeah.
call them. They're just
But there's only
words,
one
aren't they?
born
What's a
again.
denomination? What's a common denominator?
Denomination, yeah.
Human beings. That's the
Hello,
common
Rolliar, and
denominator.
get a clue.
No, well, yeah, I'll get a clue. That's fair. Yeah, US. That's fair enough. That's a fair point. England and the UK is dying. USA next. But I think it's going to go the other way around. I think it's going to be USA first.
No, it's got to be brought in one fell swoop, David. They've got to do it. They've got to do it all at the same time. Like they shut the world down on the same day, didn't they? 3 years ago, they shut the world down on the same day.
Yeah, but you remember Event 201?
I remember that, October the 18th.
Right. Well, that was just ridiculous, wasn't it? That was telling you what they were going to do, and
Yeah,
they did.
and they did it on the eve of 2020.
It shows you how criminal they are and how sick they are that they can get away from it. Get away with it.
Many are called for,
people are so thick that they can't see through the absolute fucking bollocks, the heinous criminality. It's so sick, it's unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely.
And yet
But it's by design.
There's Christians that are teenagers, right? Yeah, they're born out in a Christian family. All their hormones are racing away like crazy. And somebody reads them out a stupid text that if you look upon your teacher, yeah, and she's leaning over you with the maths book, and she happens to have rather nice breasts or something, and you get a bit of whatever, you're 16 maybe or 14, and you get a bit of a erection or something like that, and they think they're going to bloody hell because of they've committed adultery with their bloody maths teacher. Come on, this is tyranny. That's not
right.
how.
Listen up. Listen up. No, it's not tyranny. Listen,
yes,
you must be born again. You must be born again. We get to a point, David, listen. Well, fucking listen a minute. You get to a point where you grow up, where you mature. You realise the things we've done in the past. You listen.
Hang on a second. I've grown out of Christianity, right? When I was at school, I did RE. Yeah.
How old were you when you were at school? 15. Were you mature? Would you consider yourself mature? Where you can look back on your life and say, I did that wrong, I did that right. From this point, I know what not to do and what to do.
I know what not to do already now.
Yeah, but there was a point when, even if I was brought up, I wasn't brought up in a Christian family, but they had what I would call Christian values. Don't steal, don't cause offence. But it wasn't Christian, but they had fundamental Christian values or common law values. Let's call it that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. You have a relationship with Jesus Christ. It's not a religion. It's a relationship. But this is a thing. It's aligning the way I am, I'm born again. I got to a point and I thought, do you know what? All those things I did in the past that I regret, I wish I hadn't have done.
So when you
I'm
were
sorry.
born, so
That is
when
being
you
born
were
again.
born again, you were on your knees and you were praying to
I was praying to everything.
the Lord Jesus. He said, I prayed to the whole panoply of the whole bloody, panoply of gods, mate. You know, the whole
Only one God.
the whole pantheon of gods.
Well, that's why you're in a mess.
Not in a mess. Not in a mess. That's why
There's only one God, mate. That's the creator, not the destroyer.
Else's script. I don't want to follow a script. I don't want to follow a prophet. I don't need to. I don't need to be a prophet myself.
What about
follow my ideas?
Who's that doctor? Coleman. Vernon Coleman.
No, I don't want acolytes. I'd like people's respect because I do have a good opinion every now and again.
Do you remember Vernon Coleman?
Yes, I do. Good man.
Right. I hung on to every word of his. I didn't worship him. I didn't idolize him. He knew what he was talking about when it comes to certain issues.
Yeah.
Nudge, nudge. And he told the truth.
Yeah.
So I listened to him.
Yeah.
So there I got a reference of somebody that I will listen to. If I wanted to learn about, oh gosh, I don't know, fixing a car, let's say, or no, let's say if I want to learn about how to grow cabbages, I go to Monty Don and I listen to Monty Don, how to grow cabbages. How to be a better human being. Who's the best role model you can think of? How to be a better human being than I am now? Who could you think? Adolf Hitler? Prince Charles? Klaus Schwab? Bill Gates? You? Even listening to myself? I need a role model in how to be the perfect human being in the eyes of the beautiful creator, God, aka God. I need a role model because I'm still a child. I need to be drawn up and say, Richard, that which you did was wrong. And I'll say, teacher, I know.
Thing,
it's not religion. It's not religion. Would you say, hold it then? Listen. If I said, right, I listened to Vernon Coleman, is that a religion? Is Vernon Coleman a religion?
No.
Right, so I've listened to Vernon Coleman. I'm having a relationship with Vernon Coleman. He's not listening to me. I'm listening to him because I'm learning off of him how to be more educated in medical issues. Okay. Now, when it comes in how to be a better human being, I will list. Am I going to listen to Vernon Coleman on how to be a better human being? No, because he's probably, he's not perfect. But we've got a role model that is perfect. It's put before us. Now, some people say
be perfect, and I don't want a role model who's perfect. I like imperfection, and I like diversity.
And that's why this world is in a fucking state, mate.
I don't want anyone. Pardon?
Harry, that's why the world's in a state because we fell out of perfection. Love is perfection. Hate is hate perfection.
No. On the contrary, old bean. Perfection is robotic. Yeah, that's what they want. Perfection. They want Dolly the sheep. Yeah. Which is perfect, isn't it? It's perfect copy, carbon copy of Dolly the sheep. And they made another Dolly the sheep. Yeah, and they could have a legion of Dolly the sheep. And by the way, while we're on about animals, 95% of the world's animals are livestock. So the 5% that's left is everything else: your elephants, your tigers, your polecat, your dog,
ants.
Is that right?
Ants.
And are we really
worms, slugs, mosquitoes?
On,
they're all animals, mate. There's fucking loads of them.
Huh? Say that again.
You got ants. There's more ants than anything. Mosquitoes. It's
They're
more of them.
insects. I'm talking about animals, not insects as such. I'm talking about sentient animals, if you know what I mean. Animals with feelings.
Well, ant has a feeling.
Well, perhaps they do have a feeling. Of course they do. Everything has a feeling, but we're just playing semantics there.
Does anybody in the audience, in the crowd, in the comments, want to come on and contribute? Help me out, or help David out, or
No,
just
help,
you know?
What's the word? Shred my integrity to absolute ribbons.
No, not here to do that.
Listen. No, let me tell you something. Right? When I was a little child, I came from a psychotic background. Both my parents were completely psychotic maniacs. I was sexually abused. I was this, that, and the other. I was beaten, horribly beaten. Disgusting things went on in the family. The whole family used to get lined up naked and get the stick and all that lot, I used to pray to Jesus every bloody night on my knees for the abuse to stop. Did it stop? No.
Did I hear a ping then? Is somebody in the basement?
I don't know. It could be MI3 and 3/8. I'm no idea. I'm looking forward to the moles coming through and shooting me through the head, put me out of my fucking misery so I can get into the next dimension. Because my beliefs are completely different to anyone else's. I don't want to go to the Garden of Eden. I don't want to see snakes and apples and Adams and Eves and people made from ribs and stuff like that. I don't want to see God with his gonads because he's male, apparently. So it all has to be patriarchal, isn't it? Why can't we have an earth?
No.
Don't you realise how much damage Christianity did to the indigenous peoples of the Americas?
Were they true Christians, mate?
Pardon?
Were they true Christians?
What, the indigenous peoples of America?
No, those that you just said were Christians. Look what they did to the indigenous peoples of the Americas.
Yes,
you said, look what the Christians did. Were they true Christians when God said, "Do not kill"?
Well, what did the Christians
when God gave people free will to choose?
What did the so-called Puritans do? Yeah.
I don't know. What did they do?
All the Indians virtually. They virtually wiped them all out.
Yeah, but were they true Christians, mate? No, they weren't. They couldn't have been. They couldn't have been. Thou shalt not kill.
They believed that they were, listen, because they believed their programming, they were believed the word of God, right? They believed the word of Jesus.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't have believed the word of God because it said, God said, do not kill.
Jesus Christ in my life.
Love your enemy.
Not in my prayers, not in my dreams, never. I go to church.
You be born again, mate.
I go to church because I don't want to be born again. I've been born.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was just spouting that. Because that is a point when, just because I was baptized or christened.
Why don't you ask me what I believe in? And then I'll try and say how that my beliefs are actually more logical and less draconian and less evil and a lot more loving than a so-called loving God who's supposed to be the God of love, but he wants to send me to the lake of fire because I won't be redeemed by his so-called son. Yeah? So he wants to send me to the lake of fire with the most heinous criminals on earth. Yeah? That produced the H-bomb and the, biological weaponry, everything else. Yeah? Do I deserve the same fate? Is that justice? Is that a just Is that a just and fair God? No, it is not.
It's a God that's
fucking,
given.
it's a fucking tyranny.
David.
Bollocks to the Lord.
David.
To the Lord God.
Well, this is why you and me are going to end up in different places.
Jesus said some good things, but I've had enough of it. I've had a gut full of Christianity.
I'm not talking about Christianity. Fundamentally, what I'm actually saying is I've got myself a role model that I'm more than happy with, that I dedicate.
But the thing is, it's divide and rule. Look at me and you, right? We're
Yeah, but
divided by what we believe.
How are we divided? What we're going to be divided is
because I believe in universal. This is exactly what I believe in. It's one sentence. I believe in unconditional, universal love. Yeah, like a good mother's love for her child. She will forgive that child no matter what. Yeah? No matter what. The child doesn't have to get on his knees to his mother to provide a food for him on the table and clothes and shelter. She does it for him because she loves him, even if he's been a bad boy all day.
And what she's trying to do, then is nurture him so he isn't a bad boy. It's being patient, letting the child develop in its own time. But gradually over time, when the child matures and realizes if the mother's correct in what she's teaching, over time the child will mature and say, listen, because I got to a point and I look back at this and I thought, wow, everything my mum and dad were taught me about how to be, don't kill, don't steal, don't get the police around the house, be in at 9 o'clock because it's dangerous out there. And I was like, nah, my mates are playing. Everything was because they loved me, but they were right. And it took me until I was like in my early 20 to think, you know what, they were right. But it was only when I got to a point and I thought that I didn't resent them because they weren't allowing me to do the same things that my peers were doing, that my schoolmates were doing, etc., staying out till midnight and all that shit. I resented them for that because, I was missing out, I thought. But at the end of the day, I'm a lot different than all of those people that were out till midnight. I had, but it took me until I was in my 20s. So it took me over 10 years to realize that they were right. And they treated me like I would treat a child of mine if I had any. Is you protect them, bring them up in a way that they, that will keep them righteous and a good person. Let's just say, right, forget the word righteous then. Let's just say we keep them as a good person. They aren't going to disobey the law, your common law. So the way is narrow. If let's just say
the eye of the needle, the rich man can't get through, can he? Yeah.
Well, you can't,
know a little bit of scripture,
Yeah.
I don't mean
it's a beautiful
education.
The sentiments of it in there. I can't. If I read it, I think like Psalm 1. It's something that is within me that is put in such a way that I would like to have put it that way.
Hang on a second. Let me just quote you the Lord's Prayer, right? Let me just quote you the Lord's Prayer. Right?
Go on then.
If this is inspired by God or from God, the Lord's Prayer. So, the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespassed against us. So, why can't God or Jesus forgive me, for not necessarily swallowing the whole of the Bible stories and everything else?
You take out of it what you need, David. And this is the thing. Just say, forgive me, I don't understand it.
I mean, why hasn't God got more love than a loving mother that isn't even dependent on faith or worship or scripture?
What he's created, mate, is a bemusement to me.
You only
Honestly.
have to listen. You only have to look at little children in a kindergarten, and it doesn't matter whether they're what ethnicity they are. You get little black and white and brown children, Chinese, whatever, all together in the sandpit. They're playing games, they're doing what they want, they're on the slides or on the swings. They're being nice to each other. They know everything. They know what love is. They know how to smile. Everything is fucked up as soon as they leave that kindergarten and they go to primary school, and then they go to junior school, and then they go to high school, and everything gets fucked up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what's causing that?
That is the system, mate, which is like the Rockefeller system, isn't it?
Well, of course it is. Who do you think?
Rockefeller ain't God, mate. Rockefeller is the epitome of what the devil is. Evil.
What about Rothschild?
Well, they're all in the same boat, mate.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
They all drink out of the same piss pot.
Well, they drink little children's blood as
they do that.
The adrenochrome stuff,
which is where you get your vampirism idea from, I think.
We shouldn't mention that word on here. Probably get my channel taken away.
Don't mention the chromia-dren. Because that might get you might actually get a box under your video saying, "Oh, that's actually it's not children's blood. It's actually cherry aid."
If we don't fucking well speak out about everything, including religion and how it's been manipulated, right? We're kidding ourselves that religion is the way, the truth, and the light. It's not.
No, it doesn't. It say religion is the way, the truth, and the light, mate. Jesus Christ, the way of Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the light. This is the thing. Churches are
religion, which is part
Church of listen. Church of England ain't Christian. With all this agenda, with all this odd agenda.
Of course it isn't.
So that is, I got some videos, and they're titled. I got 3 at the moment. They're titled "Satan in the Church of England." The Church of England are pretty much expose themselves for what they worship. They're false idol worship. They had a massive moon. It was 27-foot diameter. It was an art exhibition in the church, in the big church in Taunton, St. Mary's. They've got a statue of St. Mary up there. It's false idol worship. They had this fucking great moon in there for like 10 days, I think, as an exhibition. And you know what a moon is? The moon is a representation of Ishtar. Yeah, the moon goddess, which is false idolism. The Church of England is pretty much satanic, and the Anglican Church have actually denounced who was the Archbishop of Canterbury? I forget his name. They denounced him as being the leader of the Anglican Church. I found that out about 2 months ago. So they've understood that the Church of England is pretty much satanic, which it is.
No doubt.
But this is the thing.
On the top, on the upper.
Absolutely, Rolly are, yeah.
echelons, you know, echelons, whatever it is. Sometimes say that word the wrong way. Echelons, isn't it? Yeah, the upper echelons, of course, everything's corrupt.
Absolutely.
Power
For
corrupt. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against the rulers of the darkness of the world, against spiritual wickedness high places. Now, the Church of England is a high place, okay? So the spiritually wicked, now, as soon as they came out, I knew all the spiritually wicked, all the high places on earth, the number one go-to for health, the World Health Organization, that's a high place. That's the highest place on world health. The United Nations, NATO, now the monarchy with Charlie Boy up there, that is a high place. So,
figures. Yeah, figures. Yeah.
Figures.
Yeah, I wonder if he's still talking to his plants and how they're growing in the, you know,
That's him trying to assimilate with people, David. That's him trying to assimilate with people to make people think, oh, he's a normal bloke. I don't reckon he's the Antichrist. He's not the Antichrist at all, because the Antichrist is somebody that everybody is going to adore. And out of the royal family, the only person I can think of that most people will adore would be William. He's, you know, as far as royal family role models go, he's probably about the best they've ever had, really.
Well, he should have been king, not Charlie Boy.
Well, I reckon Charlie is going to disappear, and William's going to come in.
To be king, if anyone wanted to be king, but the thing is, why do we need a king? Why do we need a king of kings?
We don't need one, mate. We got a king. I've got a king.
No, but you've got a king of kings, haven't you?
I got the Lord of Lords, mate. And I'll be totally honest with you. There's nothing is going to stop me.
This is divide and rule, because
the
Muslims say, well, they've got the truth.
And this is what the Muslims believe.
Say, well, you know, it's
the Muslims believe that Muhammad is going to come back with Jesus Christ, and they are going to tackle evil together.
It's all mythology, my dear.
But it makes me feel. It makes me feel rationalized. It makes me feel rationalized, mate. It can rationalize why I'm empathetic.
Total joke. I'm sorry.
It's you know.
It's a joke. It never helped me when I was a child being abused, and the abuse went on for years after.
Try it again, David. Try it.
I didn't learn anything from that experience?
I've learned a lot, mate. I've learned a lot.
Is that if there's a God out there, it's absolutely tone deaf. Not tone deaf, stone deaf. And it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. This is a miracle planet. I believe in miracles. I believe in creation itself. I believe in life itself. Right? I don't believe Jesus is the life. Not for me, he wasn't. When I was a little child getting abused every fucking day. No, thank you. It did not do what it said on the tin.
Everybody cries out to God, mate. And God, I've done it. Oh God, why me? Oh God, why me? Oh God, why me? Look at the state of me. I got prosthetic nose. I got no face there.
Yeah.
God, why me? Why have you done this to me?
I got no teeth. I got no teeth.
Yeah, I got no teeth either.
Why have they put?
My head is full of cancer. So, and I say, God, why me? But I'm not going to say, God, I hate you for it. I just think, you know what? I got the strength to carry on. I got something to wake up tomorrow.
I don't hate God, because to me, God is a construct.
Well, God is. Let's say God is the word that I use to describe the Creator, your Heavenly Father, and I call him the Heavenly Father. I call him Father. I don't call him by name. I don't call him Yahweh.
What do you think the indigenous Indians? Well, they were only called Indians because bloody Columbus thought he'd found the Indies. It's the only reason they're called Indians.
Well, we used to call them Red Indians, didn't we?
They had their own religious beliefs. They believed in the Great Spirit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, now the Christians call that the Holy Spirit or whatever. The
Yeah.
Spirit is what is the spark of life. And it makes a difference between being a good person and a shit person and a shit-headed person. Yeah? And a very narrow-minded
but
person.
you need defining.
There's only a narrow path. And
There needs to be a definition of a shit person and a good person. What is the definition of a shit person and a?
I'm not calling you a shit person at all.
No. I'm saying there needs to be, if you were saying it makes a difference between a shit person and a good person, there needs to be a definition of what a shit person is and what a good person is.
Well, there is. We've got the examples there. We've got Gates, we've got Rothschild, we've got Prince Charles, King Charles, whatever.
What are they, good people or shit people?
These are all shit people, yeah.
And what defines them as being shit people?
Because they're exploiting others. I've never exploited other people. I've helped other people all my life. But I'm not gonna deny I'm not a human being. I'm not gonna betray my human feelings. If I've got a human feeling, I'm gonna have that human feeling. There's nothing bloody well wrong with it. I call it freedom of feeling, freedom of thought, freedom of speech.
Yeah.
If you don't like that, just regiment yourself into a Bible view of the world and never divulge or go down a different pathway and meet a different perspective. You can remain in the same perspective with all the other sheep, the other flock. With the Vicar of Christ presiding, or whoever with the fish head, or the Archbishop of Canterbury, and various pastors, Bible bashing, thumping.
This is the thing about. I asked the vicar this not so long back, actually. I asked the vicar this because this is what your vicars are and your preachers are in the churches. They go to college or they go to university. They get this book. They read it verbatim. They understand it. They listen to it. They read it. They regurgitate it verbatim. But are they born again? This is what I asked the preacher. Are you born again? No. All they are is like your medical doctor. You've got to be a medical doctor, you've just got to be able to understand illnesses and prescribe whatever the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers have said. You've got to prescribe this. That's what you've got. That's all you've got to do is to be a medical doctor, isn't it? You can't go out. You can't go out. As a professional medical doctor, you cannot go out working in the NHS, for example. You can't go out and say, "Listen, have you tried sucking almonds to cure this, or have you tried eating that? Have you tried eating stinging nettles to alleviate your vitamin C deficiency?" They're not allowed to do that.
Excellent for a lot of things. Very, very good. Yeah.
Okay.
Stinging nettles and dandelions.
100%.
Excellent.
I've got another video I'm working on.
Antioxidants and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Now is the time to start collecting them and drying them.
Everything's there for us.
Absolutely. Natural.
Yeah, everything's provided by the earth.
You see, but this is what your MD can't do. Your medical practitioner cannot. They got to stick to their script.
Exactly.
They cannot deviate from the script.
Yeah.
But when they go home, they can't be told that cayenne pepper is good if you've got heart attacks. They can't say that.
Just hang on a tick, because I'm going to give you a little factoid about.
Let me put the kettle on a minute, David. You
Yeah, put the
Do
kettle
a
on.
little interlude. Do a musical interlude a minute.
All right, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, well, that sounds really horrible on there. I know that sounds pretty horrible on here. You know, on the whenever you're on this. Captain Caveman, hello. Good man.
Get a clue. What
I've not
was
seen Captain Caveman for a long time.
If YT, opinions don't matter unless you're on a panel. Have a blessed evening, everyone. You can come on, get a clue. Can't any? We're open. This was open, isn't it, David?
Well,
I missed that.
Well, the thing is, I think we should have one-to-ones because when we did the 3, it all went pear-shaped. So I'm a bit worried about that just cracking up, and then I have to shut the whole bloody thing down again.
I think it went. It went before London came up. London McLovin, Captain Caveman. Ah, Captain Caveman.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
But I do this factoid. I've almost forgotten about it.
Oh, go on then.
Right. Well, we're talking about doctors, aren't we? Shit like that. Well, I've been incarcerated under the mental health system for 7 long grueling years.
Wow.
And I'm still in hospital now. Yeah. And I have this book. I bought this book called Cracked by a guy called James Davies, who is out of Roehampton University. And the book's called Cracked: Why Psychiatry is Doing More Harm Than Good. And this certain guy says, should be read by every doctor, by everyone in politics and the media, not to mention any concerned citizen. And on the back we read, why
Can you hold it up, David? Can you hold it up so I can see the cover?
Certainly can.
Please.
Wait a minute.
Cracked.
It's difficult to hold it. Yeah, James Davies.
Yeah, I can see it. James Davies. Okay.
Davies.
Yeah.
Is it written in? Where is it?
That's it. Yeah. Got it.
James Davies is in quite small letters above the word.
Yeah, that's perfect, mate. I can see that. Cracked. James Davies.
Why psychiatry is doing more harm than good. Far more harm. And on the back it says, why is psychiatry such big business? Why are there more than 50 million antidepressant prescriptions in England alone each year? And don't forget, this book was written several years ago. Let me just check when it was written for you, if you like. Let's have a look when it was published. 2014 by Icon Books Limited. 2014, we're now in 2023, right? So, why is psychiatry such a big business? Why are the 50 million antidepressants in England alone each year prescribed? Why, without solid scientific justification, has the number of mental disorders risen from 106 in 1952 to around 370 today, which is talking about 2014. Yeah.
Wow. 3 times.
So now they're probably over 400. I don't know. No idea. They're inventing them all the time because they can provide the drugs to presumably improve the patient's well-being, health, and psychological, health and all that jazz. None of them do anything. They make you feel bloody rotten. And it's only kind of like in the middle of the night when I can get my head together sometimes because I'm so debilitated by them. They're actually debilitating patients. That's what they're doing. And the patients that are ill, do have problems. They're just keeping them ill for longer because they can't think straight. Anyway, psychological therapist James Davies uses his insider knowledge to illustrate how psychiatry has put riches and medical status above patients' well-being. With a damning charge sheet, negative drug trials are buried, antidepressants are no better than placebo, manipulated research. Cracked reveals the true human cost of an industry, and that's what it is, that, in the name of helping others, has actually been helping itself. If in the world of psychiatry the DSM is holy scripture, Cracked is set to become a heretical text. So, the DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which the psychiatrists use as their Bible, if you like. And there's one point in this book where this guy called, I think he's called Harold Spitzer. He's called Harold Spitzer. Is it Spitzer? Harold Spitzer. Spitzer, right? Blah, blah, blah. Doesn't say his first name anyway.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah. What they did is they had an earlier DSM-2 and they created this DSM-3. So to turn out to Spitzer's second, wait a minute, let's go back a bit. Wait a minute. Anyway, basically, there was one point where they got, I think it was 9 psychiatrists, and they had someone making the cup of tea, which provided this little snippet of information. And she was overheard what they said, and she was interviewed by James Davies, and she said there were 9 people around the table, and they were just inventing out of thin air these different conditions, mental conditions. It's just ridiculous. In one day they invented God knows how many of them. Anyway, one psychiatrist at one point turns around and says, "Oh, we can't include that in the DSM as a disorder because I do that." You get it? Very revealing that. This was a girl that was, dishing out the coffee.
Yeah, stir your tea back. You stir your tea anti-clockwise. Oh, I do that.
Depends whether you're in the antipodes or not, I guess.
Say that again.
It depends whether you're in the antipodes or not, I guess. Which way you stir the tea, I'm not sure. You know, the water's supposed to go down the plug hole, the opposite way.
Yeah, that's a load of bullshit, apparently. That's bullshit, mate. Yeah.
I don't know, no idea.
Yeah. Apparently in Australia they say it, but I've seen videos where they manipulate the sort of the water. I don't know. It's vortex, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, never mind that. Right. Surely the water would go down the hole depending on whether you turn if you turn the right hand tap on full blast.
Yeah, what if you just take the plug out?
The left hand tap.
Just take the plug out. No, don't have the tap on. Have the taps off. Just take the plug out of a full basin.
And it goes straight down, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. No, any circle. I worked for a little bit for a guy that did sheet metal roofing.
Yeah, okay.
He used to work for. I worked for this guy, Ian. He used to do sheet metal roofing. Ian Cox, his name was. Copper roofs, lead roofs, and this is something I learned about vortexes. If you got a certain length of downpipe, like guttering, round guttering,
yeah.
The reason that a lot of gutters overflow is because when water goes down a circle, goes down a tube, it creates a vortex. Now, if you've got a vortex, that means you've got a hole. If you've got a hole, that means that downpipe isn't being utilized fully. Okay. So you might only get half the amount of water going down than should go down that side. So what we used to do was we used to put in they were crossed. It was like bits of metal, sort of crossed like that. Okay. Put them in the middle. That would stop a vortex. That would mean the whole downpipe would fill up. It would take about twice as much water because you eliminate the vortex.
The flow would.
It just goes straight down.
Be increased, and therefore the gutters at the top of the house wouldn't overflow.
That was it. Yeah.
Down your wall and then dampen your walls.
That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, I get the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So the vortex actually reduces the amount of water going through a tube.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is break the vortex. Now, vortex will only go in a circle. It won't go in a half circle.
No.
Because, vortex is a circle, isn't it? A spiral.
Yeah.
So I learned that about downpipes, vortexes, same as like your sink thing, your plug.
It's interesting that. Yeah.
So just in case, what, you never know, that might come in handy one day.
Well, yeah.
Going back to psychology.
Yeah.
And
psychiatry, we were talking
psychiatry, which is to do with psychology. Am I wrong?
You're wrong, because psychiatry is completely different. Psychiatry is the
Is it the profession?
The profession of saying whether someone's sane or not. Whereas psychology is a way of understanding the mind, the psyche.
All right, they're closely interlinked then.
I mean, a psychoanalyst.
If I was to say, what about psychological? Listen.
Freud,
what about psychological warfare? What is psychological warfare?
What is it?
Yeah, can you define like psychological warfare?
Of course I can. It's a creation of fear, basically.
Well, it's a war on the psychology, on the psyche. Am I wrong? All right. Yeah. Right. The last 3 years, I'm a manic depressive. I've been a manic depressive since I was forever. Okay.
Okay. Well, I've been called all the names under the sun. I've been called bipolar, schizoaffective, schizophrenic.
Yeah, I got that.
Personality disorder, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, split personality. But manic depressive, I was diagnosed when it was. I mean, they call it bipolar now, don't they? Manic depression.
Yeah.
They call it they've changed the name.
Manic depression. Yeah. But I don't manifest any mania, except when I'm just having a comedy moment. I just go.
Then you still manifest it. Highs and all it is highs and lows, isn't it? Highs and lows.
It's histrionics, you know. It's theatre. It's entertaining.
Monarch, hello. Cleaning your kitchen. Yeah, this is what I noticed. So I'm manic depressive. I learned how to handle manic depression. Okay, I was on Prozac. I've been on citalopram.
Don't want any of that shit. Yeah,
I know that. I know that.
Citalopram is one of the most evil drugs in the world. That
I think Prozac is worse, mate. Prozac's worse.
Yeah. Well, it's pure fluoride, isn't it? 100% fluoride. I heard.
I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you what it did to me, because I noticed it.
Maybe I've got that wrong. I don't know.
Prozac. I could look it up actually, but it might shut my computer down. But this is what I noticed when I was what was I? I was 30 before I went and got it addressed. Okay, so I was a manic depressive up until I was 30, and I was at college in Weymouth. And I had a doctor, and I said, "Listen, I can't handle this. I just can't handle the pressure of being at college. At the age of 30, I wanted to be back out working." But anyway, so I was studying. I was getting these stonemasonry papers. So anyway, he said, "Oh, I'll put you on Prozac." So I was on Prozac, and I didn't handle very long. I handled like a few weeks on it,
so
and I thought,
This is what they do. They don't want to talk you out of your problem, do they?
Oh no, I went through a lot of psychological analysis, and I had done up until about 10 years ago. But this is the thing I noticed: it stopped me getting depressed, but it also stopped me getting manic. And it also took away my creativity. I was at college studying stonemasonry and art, and chiseling.
You took in the pills took away your creativity, or the analysis.
Prozac, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It would do. Yeah.
It turned me into a cabbage.
Well, that's what it does.
Absolutely. So I took myself off of it. He said, "No, you shouldn't do that. You've got to take the full course." I said, "No, I don't want it anymore." And then I managed to get through college without going back on it. But then it would have been about 3 years later. I had a new doctor. I said, "Listen, I can't handle this." At the time. So anyway, I had 3 goes on it. And then, but this is what I learned. Don't get too happy because it ain't so far to fall when you hit that low. And that's what I've learned. And I've learned to just not get manic so I don't get absolutely depressed. And I learned this when my first job when I left school was I worked in a jewellery shop in Bristol, and I was it was when digital watches come out, the LED watches, and they had a watch there, and I was in charge of watches. And they had a watch come out, and it was called. It had this thing on there called your biorhythms. Have you heard of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a 30-day cycle of highs and lows.
Mm.
And I learned that when I was 17, 18. And I learned about all those years. I'm 58 now. I learned about that all those years ago. And all of a sudden, like 20 years later, it clicked. Boom. Biorhythms. It's a 30-day cycle. Like ladies have the 30-day cycle. The moon is a 30-day cycle. Your highs and lows of your energy is a 30-day cycle.
Well, the moon affects lunatics, doesn't it? That's why they're called lunatics.
Oh, lunatics.
Yeah, it does affect things.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's a force. You know,
absolutely.
When the moon gets near the Earth, there's a higher force of gravity. You know, and when the moon's full, you know, it's yeah.
Well,
I mean, the moon's a regulator for the tides, and it's a regulator for the spin of the planet as well. It stops us careering into the sun. Everything's absolutely perfectly placed. It's a miracle planet and a miracle solar system and a miracle universe.
Wow.
So to not believe in miracles is ridiculous, but, you know, sort of turning waters into wine and, I don't know.
Well, I can do that.
Walking on the sea and stuff like that, you know, and turning 4 loaves into...
Well, it might be a euphemism for something.
4 loaves into 5 fishes. What was it? Feeding the 5,000 with the 4 loaves and... What was it? 5 fishes and 4 loaves, or the other way around? I mean, that's quite a tall order, isn't it? I don't believe in any of that tribe.
It's a joke. Well, I don't believe we're hurtling around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. Well, I believe we're on a flat stationary plane. So
I don't necessarily either. I'm not sure what I believe about that. But we certainly are spinning, and I don't believe the Earth's flat.
Well, the Earth is bumpy, but water is level. I've zoomed in on a really crap camera, and I've seen over 35 miles away on the North Wales coast. I was in Llandudno, and I didn't mean to do this. There's no curvature. I could see all the way to the wind turbines it was like the sort of Liverpool way.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be able to see them. They would have been like hundreds of feet below the line. But anyway, that's by the by. That's irrelevant. Let's talk about let's go back to this mind manipulation, okay? Psychological warfare. Yeah. Now, because I've got first-hand experience of manic depression, okay? And I know how devastating to my mental health it was, okay?
Yeah.
Think about this. What happened when everybody went into lockdown? Everybody was depressed. Now, I didn't do it, but I know everybody was depressed. Then, when they released people back, they shut the pubs down, didn't they? Now, when they released people, the pub, there's a pub, Perkin Warbeck. I walked by it. I boycott pubs. I haven't been in a pub since, just because I thought that, you know, Witherspoons, full of bullshit. So I thought, right, that's it. I'm not into all this stand-up, sit-down malarkey. But I noticed I've never seen a pub so full in my life as the pubs were when they lifted the first lockdown. So you went from people being manically depressed to being absolutely elated. You couldn't hear. I stood outside, the noise coming out of that pub. It's the longest pub in Britain, Perkin Warbeck. But it was absolutely packed. It's huge. And then they shut the world down again, didn't they? They shut the pubs down again. So people went from that elation, which is what it was. People had missed other people. People had missed chatting with other people. I witnessed it.
Yeah.
And then they shut it down again. So people went back to having that elation, probably more elation than they've ever experienced in their lives, because they've just been subjected to one of the biggest depressive things that's ever happening to them in their lives. That was the lockdown. Then they shut everything down again. So they plunged people overnight, just like that, back into that lower depression than they were before, because they had already experienced what that depression was like.
Double whammy. Yeah.
Then they released everybody again. So that, to me, was a psychological war operation to induce manic depression. Once you got depression,
it was a test. It was a test to see how people would comply as well.
It was
how complicit people would be.
Well, I think this is what the thing. I reckon the bog roll challenge. Do you remember the bog roll challenge? Do you remember the bog roll challenge? When everybody went out mad buying bog roll, spending all their money on bog roll. Can you remember that?
Well, that's exactly. They were shitting themselves, weren't they? Because of the fear machine. Yeah.
No, I reckon that was the last psychological test, because everybody believed that the world had run out of bog roll. Then they introduced, this was planned anyway, mate. 2020, that was it. Ready for Agenda 21. That was it. They moved it in.
It's been planned for centuries.
Yeah, but we're working to the numbers game. It's a numbers game. 2020, perfect vision. Agenda 21 has been out since the 90s. I've got a PDF of that as well, somewhere on here.
Yeah.
So everything leading up to 2020.
Golden Orb, Operation Golden Orb. Have you heard of that one?
No.
That was Prince Charles's job. Operation Golden Orb, and that was 2016.
2016 was the introduction of.
He came out with the phrase "the Great Reset." I think he's the first one ever to say the bloody phrase "the Great Reset."
Was he?
I know Golden Orb. Look it up.
2016 was the announcement by Klaus Schwab about the Fourth Industrial Revolution. 2016, World Government Summit in Dubai. 2016. And 2016 is a significant year in a lot of things.
Yeah.
I believe now 2023. If we ain't cleared up the mess, mate, by the end of this year, we're fucked.
Yeah, I think you're right.
2023, 7 years after 2016. You got your tribulation period. Well, hopefully we're in the tribulation now. You know, since 2016. And then at the end of this year,
we need to sort all this shit out, though. But what we need to do is not be divided and ruled by religious perspectives and persuasions, because there's more important things at stake than whether I'm going to get to heaven or not. I'm really not concerned, because if God can't appreciate all the work I've done in my life, which I've done the absolute opposite of my evil parents. I've done good for everyone I've come in contact with in my life. I've treated people with respect, and, you know, I've got respect accordingly, you know, to an extent. You know, sometimes you just get ripped off because I've always been a soft touch, if you know what I mean. If I were doing a job myself, I would stop doing it and go and help a neighbour, you know. For instance, there was one guy who came round to my house, and he came crying at the door with real tears. This is incredible acting. Came around with real tears and rolling down his face, and he said his girlfriend had left him, blah 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 blah. I said, "Oh, come in, have a cup of tea, settle down and tell me about it and all that lot." And then I realised I had to go to the doctors. Yeah, so I had to get some antibiotics, and so I said, "Well, just make yourself at home, make a cup of tea, and make yourself a sandwich, do what you want, blah blah blah." Anyway, I only came back, and both, not the front door, but the side gate was open, and the back door was wide open, and he'd given the keys to the neighbour, which was kind of him, but he'd robbed my house, hadn't he? And ripped off absolutely loads of my stuff. He stole a trumpet worth about £200. He stole various instruments. He stole a recording machine I had with loads of my work on it and loads of live gigs I've done on it. That's all gone now. Never can be replaced. All kinds of stuff went. Just went. I can't even remember it. If I think about it too much, it upsets me because, well, but what can you do?
Well, you should just trust no man.
That's being naive, I guess, but it's also being too trusting, isn't it? Well, which is naivety in itself. Yeah.
We can be too nice.
Yeah.
Davis,
But it is nice.
And you've got to be cruel to be kind. And at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with being selfish in maintaining ourselves at 100%.
Yeah.
Because if you and you're a beautiful man,
this is what
with a beautiful heart, I can tell.
This is what I do, look. Yeah, but I'm not a Christian, so I'm going to hell.
Well, I haven't even mentioned Christian for a fucking hour.
Eh?
I haven't mentioned the word for an hour. I haven't mentioned Jesus for an hour, mate. What's that, an onion?
This is what I believe in. Can you see this thing here?
What is it, an onion?
No. It's a sweet chestnut. This is what
is it? Is that sprouting, is it?
I grow these every year. And you see that coming out the top there?
Yeah.
Can I hold it steady? I don't know if I can get it near enough. Hang on, it's a bit difficult. Dodgy. It's really hard to get things in shot when you're... where is it? There we go. There you go. There's the sweet chestnut. And you can see the top there.
Yeah.
See how it's moving down? That first bit that comes out of the chestnut, that is actually the root.
Yeah, I know.
That's why it's aiming down. And then when that's towards the bottom of the body of the chestnut, then the shoot will come out the top.
Yeah.
And that will be green. It'll start to go
called
green.
A taproot.
Yeah, this is a taproot.
Yeah.
And the marvellous trees, and they live for upwards of 500 years.
Wow.
So I've grown hundreds of these over the years, and planted them out in various places where certain places where they'll be able to thrive forever if they don't completely damage the ecosystem and climate, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And the soil, which is the soil microbiome at the moment, is under threat from all the aluminium and barium, strontium, coal fly ash, manganese, all this shit,
all that shit that's spraying in the sky.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit in there. And not only that, it can be carriers of biological agents and stuff like that.
Well, this is I think that is what it is. It's biological warfare, chemical and biological warfare.
Well, it's chemical warfare for a start, because
definitely chemical warfare, yeah. But there is a biological element to it.
Of course there is.
Because we know. I mean, I think David touched on this, and it's probably in that book about is it pig?
You're talking about Climate Fake?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good book. Excellent book. Yeah, very good.
But yeah, it's oh, what is it? I mean, all they got to do, David, is just drop a nasty illness, haven't they?
Well, exactly.
And then the whole world and it will be a proper, like Bill Gates said, the next one. And then he laughed in that with that punchable face. But I can't punch him. All I can do is put him in a little room, give him porridge in the morning, porridge in the evening, genetically modified, of course, and some of his fluoridated water. I can't kill him. I can't beat him up. I can look after him, but I'll keep him out of the limelight. Bill. Like they do with people.
What we need to do is use our minds. Yeah. Use our hearts and minds. Yeah. And use our reason for a reason, and the only reason is that this is a miracle planet, and it must not be destroyed. And it will be destroyed unless we do something about it, because these people are not in any way, shape or form normal people like me and you. They are Satan worshippers. Why do you think they want to live underground? Because they're closer to hell, aren't they? It's warmer down there and all that lot, you know. Yeah.
It's actually cold underground.
And they're vampires, of course. So, you know, they want to keep away from the daylight.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're artificial light, obviously. But, you know, I mean, apparently they've got miles after miles underground bunkers where they've got train tracks for miles, motorways underground. And,
yeah.
They've got God knows what underground. But really, what should be happening is there should be some direct action going on to highlight what they're doing. Because we've not just got the biological business, we've got the chemical business, yeah. And of course, chemical and biological warfare and climate, hostile climate engineering was banned in 1977 as not to use weather warfare by 58 countries in the UN Charter. It's 1977.
Yeah, there's no rules in war, mate. But this is the other thing they got. They got frequency. They got frequency war.
Well, exactly. That's what I was going to get onto. They've got all the death, all the death towers, all the lighting, the LED,
and they went up in 2020.
And you got your space weapons, all that shit. Yeah, a lot of that shit was really thrown up like shit when everyone was in lockdown.
Yeah.
And the only people out there were people from this open wretch, I call it. You know, these little vans, these white vans.
Open reach,
Open wretch. Open wretch written on the side, you know. Yeah. I'm going to get a spray can and write open wretch on that one of these days.
Yeah, I actually I put a video up. I come across there were 5 of them actually, but I had a little chat with them. I tried to wake them up to the Great Reset. Yeah. They were actually laying fiber optic cables. They were doing fiber optics. They're completely oblivious, mate.
Yeah. I know. Well, the thing is, everything's compartmentalized, so they're only doing they're only doing their little.
And they watch the television as much as the next person. They watch the television as much as the next person. They get a bit of paper saying, "You got to go and do this."
Yeah.
You got to go and install this.
You don't see the bigger picture.
Absolutely that.
Yeah.
So,
you know, it's the same with everything, almost everything else.
All you got to do is look at how
Piper calls the tune. Yeah. He who pays the piper calls the tune. So you've got the corporations, the Rockefellers, and all these people. Yeah, all the Rothschilds and all that, interfering in the universities, telling them what's on the curriculum, what's to be taught in schools and universities, what's to be researched.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Same with everything, mate.
They've got at least 400 biolabs around the world, all up to nefarious shite. They're not doing anything
absolutely,
to benefit anyone. Frankenfood, GMO, biological weapons, all kinds of shit, you know, engineering disease, you know.
I spent a lot.
They're talking about a mutation of something or other. I can't remember which animal it was now. Was it a sea animal? I can't remember. Was it a seal? Maybe. I'm not sure. But they've got this thing that Dane Wigginton was mentioning it on his show last night.
I got that to watch actually.
Yeah, that's quite a good show. That at one point,
I generally listen to it, but I got to be let down.
He says he wished it was an April Fool, but it's not. You know what I mean? Because it was on the 1st. It happened to come out on the 1st, and that's his 399th show. So it'll be 400 next week, and still nobody's paying any bloody attention. It's ridiculous, really.
Well,
you know, when you've got a film like The Dimming, you've obviously seen The Dimming, haven't you, Richard?
I've watched that a couple of times.
Yeah, well, exactly. I've watched it a couple of times. You know, and you've got the ex, what's her name? Catherine Austin Fitz, sorry.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
In H.W. Walker Bush's cabinet, actually on the film, saying that they're doing it.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
You know, she's saying, you know, oh, we're just going to pretend that it's not happening. You know,
this is the thing. If it ain't on the telly, most people won't see it.
These retired major generals and, you know, 5-star generals and all that jazz on it. And, you know, retired ecologists, this, that, and the other, and some not retired. You've got real scientists there doing real proper work, you know. I mean, it's just...
But that's censored from the public. It's censored from the public. It's not put out in the public domain. It's left to these debunked YouTube channels.
It's in YouTube, and if you look under, whenever he does his weekly update, if you look under the thing that come up and you click on it, it's nearly always got that grist bullshit with somebody with a spray can going, you know, and that's a disinformation job.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's lies. It's all fucking lies, mate.
Debunk everything. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it?
It's all lies.
Absolute twats. The thing is, I think where we're at now, the reason why they're allowing some truth to be told on platforms like YouTube, although they keep taking my comments down almost every comment I make. Certainly every comment I've made on Dane Wigginson's channel has disappeared in the last 2 years. Every single bloody comment. All I can do is sum up other guys' good comments. And sometimes I go religiously down the whole lot of them, you know, and clicking on all the really good ones, you know what I mean? And I go through the whole bloody lot. I spend the whole evening doing that sometimes, you know. And, you know, I just find it really irritating. I mean, I do video, and, you know, I think I say something profound, you know, to somebody, and then, you know, you get nothing back sometimes. And you think, well, yeah, they might sort of like your comment, but you sort of thought, hang on a minute, I might actually start a conversation here. Because it started off good, maybe you had a bit of a conversation, and then it just fizzled out.
Yeah.
And it's a bit disheartening sometimes, you know.
Oh, yeah. I'm not the best at replying to comments on my
Yeah.
videos, but this is the way I see it.
I mean, this is what I try to do. If I make a comment on someone else's video and they like my comment, it gives a heart, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Someone so-and-so liked your comment. You know, I don't necessarily respond to that. But if they're replying to me, yeah, I'll then respond back to them.
Yeah.
Because I feel it's common courtesy, you know what I mean, kind of thing.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
I'm a bit old-fashioned.
Like you said, you wrote your comments up. A comment is an invitation.
I don't always, because sometimes we get dragged away and different things happen. I'm in the madhouse anyway, so what do you expect? There's all kinds of shit goes on here in the daytime. It's crazy, absolutely mad, honestly. But,
a comment is an invitation to have a conversation, isn't it? But this is the thing. I'm fed up with YouTube. This is what I like. I'm not a typer. I hate typing. I like writing. But
yeah.
out there, mate. Out in the street. That's what I like. Skin to skin. Hello, how you doing? Hug. Face to face. Eye to eye. Mouth to mouth.
I used to do a lot of busking, you know, like back in the day. And I used to just sing a stream of consciousness, and it was all anti-tyranny, the whole bloody lot.
Yeah.
Nearly everything I sort of sung and, you know, played guitar and, you know, bits of percussion and that, you know, I used to take pots and pans out and stuff like that. Nearly everything I did was.
You'd probably get arrested now for taking a pot and pan out. You might get arrested now for taking a pot or a pan out. Oi! That's an offensive weapon.
Not yet. I think, no, people still do that. Yeah, because every now and again I go and look at busking and stuff. You know, I used to get people that film me doing it with the pots, especially with the pots and pans and all that. And you won't believe this. You'll probably think I'm making this up, but what's the point in making it up? Because it's true. I didn't know I could actually do this thing, but I got so carried away with my percussion, you know, because I can quite get into it sometimes, but I got so carried away with it. I was tapping away in the corner of this kind of area, wall behind me. I'm tapping away, and I got my little dog by my side, and the dog seemed to like the music as well. He didn't mind at all. He was a good little dog, and you know, he sat there, and, you know, tapping away and all this lot. And I've got, I don't know, I've bought some organic eggs, and I was tapping away, and I went to a really quiet bit, and I was tapping on the pavement, dropping on the pavement with the sticks, and then I tapped gently on the egg box, and then I don't know why, but I used to be really good at catching peanuts in my mouth as a kid. I only threw this egg up, yeah. I just got this egg. I just stood up all of a sudden. I don't know why. No, I'll tell you why. Because I suddenly looked up from what I was doing. Yeah. And because I'd been so engrossed in it for, I don't know, probably about 25 minutes. I hadn't even looked up because I was busy doing the percussion. You know what I mean? But I like to think I'm fairly reasonable at it when I get going. And I suddenly looked up, and there was all these school kids who'd come out of school, all in their uniforms, girls, boys, and everything, you know, all stood there gawping at me, and they were like astounded at this crazy man, you know, because I think I was singing some mantra as well and all this lot. Anyway, I suddenly looked up, and I was like, oh dear. I said, what can I do now to entertain you lot? And you know what I mean? They were all set there. And I just stood up, and I thought, what am I going to do now? And I just leaned down, got an egg out of the box, threw it up in the air, and caught it in my mouth in one, the first one.
Wow.
Honestly, and I crunched it up and swallowed it whole, like, you know, ate it. And the kids went, you know, fantastic. They loved it.
Wow.
So, of course, you know, I had to try again, and I missed the second time. It hit the side of my mouth and bounced off the wall and ran down the wall. And then I got told off a little bit for that by the coppers later on, because the coppers were just about to move in on us because I was making an obstruction. It wasn't really me, it was all them bloody kids stood around, you know what I mean? Lovely kids, you know, it was grand. It was great. Fantastic spirit it was, you know, it was good. It was cool.
The good old days, mate, they call it.
I used to get meet some fantastic people and busk with people on strange instruments, you know.
Yeah.
You know, 3-stringed guitars and busted up saxophones, and squeeze boxes and all sorts of stuff. Oh, here we go. The guitar. Come on over
I got 1 string.
Good enough. It's all you need. It's all you
I
need.
got 1 string. And the neck's broken.
You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong.
The neck's broken here, loose just here, whatever you call that, handle. So I don't do this. I do this. That's the only way I can play it. I've never learned the guitar. I had a mate gave me that, homeless mate, funny enough.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
So
it gives you an idea for the song. It doesn't matter, does it? If you get a drone going on in the background, like a drone.
Oh, I've had good results. I really have had good results when you get there's a zone, isn't there? You get into a zone.
Yeah, very true.
You know, like and not being musically
consciousness, and you're not really sure where it comes from either.
Well, it's just like a flow of just letting it vibrate. It's a totally different, unique dimension, really, when you get in that zone of, you know. And I'm not musical at all when it comes to playing anything. Really, I can play. I'll tell you what I played at best.
No, but you are musical. You've got a voice.
That's what I play. I can do rhythm.
All right, cool. What's that? What is it?
That's a mallet.
All right. Yes, of course it's a stonemason's mallet, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, we used to do this. We used to that's about 200 years old. That mallet.
Yeah, you look very old. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're doing banker work, banker is like your workbench. A stonemason's workbench is called a banker. Funny enough, I don't know. Well, actually, I got an idea why. It's because in the old days, stonemasons used to be paid by what they produced. You know, so if you got a knobbly rock, you turned it into a cube. You put your mark on it. That's you banking that stone. Okay.
Yeah.
So you get paid for it. So I'm banking that. That's a guess, but that makes sense. But when we had the radio on, okay, or when I was working in Yeovil, about 30 miles from here, when I first came out of college. I'm in Taunton, yeah. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in at the moment. I'm in I'm incarcerated in Lancashire.
Lancashire. Oh, way up north then. Wow, way up north.
Well, it's not way up north. It's
well, from here it is.
Oh, really? It's you know, it's not that far up north. Preston, really.
Oh, Preston. I had a Scottish lady friend whose daughter lives in Preston.
Near Leyland, on the way to Blackpool and stuff like that, and some other places around here, Blackburn and stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's north from where I am. But if you're chiseling, if you wanted, if we're doing like just working, chiseling. Everything's rhythmic, okay?
Yeah.
So all you do, you don't bash it like this. You just lift it. Keep your arms straight. pivot from the wrist. I know that sounds a bit rude, but pivot from the wrist, and that's all you're doing. This is heavy, this. And now, if you're playing a rhythm, just play a rhythm, like pick a rhythm. So that's how quick I would work. But if you sped up that rhythm, speed it up a bit. So you get twice as much done.
No.
By what we used to listen to.
Yeah.
It was really weird when my first banker shop, my first workshop I went in, there was a guy, he was only young. He was about, I don't know, 17 or 18. And he was sort of like into this like drum and bass sort of stuff. It was really quick.
Yeah.
And flipping out. We turned out, it's really strange how the music that we're listening to actually affected production. It was really, really strange, because once you get in that zone of being, I've got all my chisels over there, of just, it's rhythmic. If you got to do this for 12 hours a day, you know, it's a rhythm. You just get into it. But if you're doing...
Exactly the same as a blacksmith, in a way.
Be the same as a blacksmith, yeah.
Yeah, on the anvil, where he taps his hammer and then...
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. Bounces the hammer and yeah. And there's rhythms to things like, you know, plastering and decorating and, you know, painting and decorating, using a rolling tray and, you know.
Anything that's got a body movement to it.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, like, and I suppose even you playing the guitar, if I was to get mine out and I know that sounds really shit, but and just give you a bass rhythm like a drummer would do.
Yeah.
Then you follow in, you're aligning yourself with the rhythm, that just that resonance, really. You might not even have to think about it. You just go with the flow, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah. No,
it's the same. It's the same with anything like this, like digging, like ploughing, like you say, painting. La 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 la. And then you put a bit of I don't know, something quick on. If you're attuned with that, I love that work. I absolutely adore it. So it's sort of like an extension of my energy, really, and my vibration. Just because it's all very tactile. It's very tactile job, like any craft, natural wood or pots. Look how a potter.
Yeah, my brother's a potter.
Is he?
Yeah.
You know, everything's influenced. Well, not everything. That in my experience, that is influenced by the environment I'm actually in. It's really, and then so that is hearkening back to godly, because we're in tune with a natural element. Do you understand sort of what I mean?
No, I don't quite follow. Sorry.
Well, it's like if you're working in the woods, you know, or you're working on the land, or you're working with or you're building something out of wood, rather than being stuck in an office typing.
Well, you're creating, aren't you? You're
creating something, but you're also working with a frequency and a vibration that is like wood. You know, there's a peg there made of wood.
We are vibration.
We are. Well, everything's vibrating, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
If you believe the atom theory.
Well, if you look at a pane of glass, It's not actually solid. It's actually fluid. It's actually moving. If you look at the old church windows or some of the old pub windows, you'll find them really thick at the bottom and really thin at the top.
Yeah.
Sometimes they've got like a bullseye in the middle or whatever they used
Yeah.
to call it, where they've been spun. The sheets have been spun with it, heated up and spun, and then twisted off, snapped off, and then you get that round thing
Flat Earth.
On the really old windows. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I've worked. My forte is old building conservation. Historic building conservation. So I've worked with old glaziers, and so I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with glass. Talking of which, going back to, I spent a lot of time working in
renovation in my time.
Yeah. So things like
I taught myself plastering. I taught myself joinery virtually. I'm a welder by trade.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I bought a completely dilapidated house for next to nothing. Anyway, I won't tell you how much money I made, but I made a hell of a lot of money. I turned it into a 3-bedroom house from a 2-bedroom, and did a loft to drop the ceilings and all that lot, and took the groaning chimneys down. The groaning chimney stacks were about to fall through the roof that was holier than thou. There were holes in the roof, honestly. But my first night I slept in the house, I was lying on some plasterboard. I didn't even have a bed or anything. I was lying on some plasterboard with a sleeping bag, and I could look up and see the sky. Yeah. I don't remember seeing any stars, but
Yeah.
But I believe in miracles. Certainly do that, and I think perhaps even guardian angels. I don't know, no idea, but the actual textual stuff of scripture and stuff like that, I don't go with that. I don't see why we've got to have war, pestilence, famine, and death before the Saviour cometh yet again. I don't believe in any of that crap. I don't believe in the 4 loaves and 5 fishes either, and I don't believe in water into wine. I don't believe in the Eucharist. I don't believe in the body of Christ and all that. It sounds to me like they're trying to eat something they've already crucified. I don't really believe in religions based on torture, which was what crucifixion was, and there were loads of people crucified, not just Jesus. It was a common form of execution.
That's still going on today.
It is still going on today.
Still going on today.
There's a country somewhere, I can't remember which country it was, somewhere, I don't know whether it's the Philippines, possibly, I'm not sure. I don't know why I've got Philippines in my mind. I don't want to malign the Philippines or anywhere else, but there's a certain country, and there's people who pay to be crucified and then taken down. That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
It's a bit silly, that. I wouldn't volunteer for it.
Religion is, or whatever.
I wouldn't volunteer. If I could save humanity, mate.
They pay to be nailed up because they want to feel like Christ or something.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, for whether it's egotism or whatever it is, some psychological problem. So they actually get the nail driven through their hands and the feet or whatever, or the feet tied. I'm not sure which way it worked. Perhaps the feet were tied and the 2 nailed. I can't remember. But and they get the stigmata in the side as well. Apparently.
Yeah.
The stabbing and stuff, the whole business, and then they get taken down and bandaged up and all that lot.
Wow. The only reason I do that is if I thought it would save the human race. The only reason I do that is if I thought it would actually influence humanity to be a bit nicer.
Well, that's all I do.
But I wouldn't do it just to.
I don't say to anyone, look, you know, you must find Jesus and all that jazz. I don't do it because I don't think they have to find Jesus.
Yeah. Why have we gone back onto religion?
Hang on a minute. Listen, if God's supposedly all powerful, why the hell hasn't he done anything before now about all the tyranny that's going on right at this moment and all the tyranny?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, mate.
Went on in the Industrial Revolution, and the little children going through the cotton mills and up the chimneys and down the mines, you know, little tiny 2-year-old tots going through the cotton mills, cleaning the lint out, which is like when your tumble dryer will not dry your clothes because there's no throughput of the air, because the air can't go through because it's blocked. Their lungs became literally clogged up with this fluff stuff.
Yeah.
And they're suffocated to death, and then throw another one in. That lasted about 6 months or.
Well, that's the evil of man, mate.
Yes, but they'd keep production going. They wouldn't have 2 minutes silence. They wouldn't have 2 seconds silence.
No.
They'd keep the machine rolling day and night.
The show must go on, they call it.
Yeah,
the show must go on.
Is it? It's not a show, is it?
It's a shit show.
It's not even a shit show. It's a tyranny.
Absolutely, it's all show. It's all acting. It's a theatre. It's scripted.
Heinous, demonic.
By people that have.
Yeah, I've got
people that delight in the misery of others.
It's virtually unreadable. It's a horribly written book by a well-meaning author, no doubt. It's called John Preble, and it's called The Highland Clearances. You may have heard of it.
Called the what?
The Highland Clearances.
No, I haven't heard that.
You haven't heard of it?
Carry on.
You've heard of the Highland Clearances, though?
No, I haven't.
Well, this is where they turfed the Scots clans off their land.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm familiar with the
centuries and all that lot. And,
yeah.
So that they could put the sheep on there and the hunting, deer and all that lot. So for the knobs. And there was one cruel guy, and he was called Sinclair, I believe. A really nasty piece of work. And they burnt these people out of their houses. Yeah. They took them out of the house, and they burnt all their furniture. But they never left the furniture, and they burnt the house down. And anyway, this cat ran out, and the soldiers and police were there, and cavalry, whatever, blah blah blah. They threw that cat back in twice.
Oh. Bastards.
Yeah, so it might have even been 3 times, and it didn't emerge again. And that was the 19-year-old young lady's testimony.
Excuse me, I want to do.
And if they're going to be that sick, if they do that to a cat. So, people were literally driven to the shoreline so that all they could live off was seaweed and grow. And, they used to mix seaweed up with sand and grow it in little terraces on the actual rocky shore, and on the slopes going down to the sea. And it was very, very hard to grow anything. It was very hard to build up the soil even to grow, the odd few bits and pieces, It's horrible. And then, of course, it was either that or transportation to Australia or America. So there we go. They wanted them clearing out so that they could have their lovely, hunting territory, Yeah. Everything's been stolen, the common land stolen from the people in the enclosure movement in the 1400s. There used to be a farm strip system where everyone used to farm a certain strip and that, That was before the enclosed, and then they enclosed things with fences and hedges.
Yeah.
And said, well, this is ours, and you've got to pay this, that, and the other. Whereas before it was common land, and everyone used to put their goats out, and their cows out to pasture, and the geese, and
And then there was the introduction of taxes based on your land.
Yeah. And
I actually bought.
And then you had the window tax, didn't you?
Oh, the window tax, yeah. I was telling my mum about that a little while back, funny enough, window tax.
Yeah, a lot of the old buildings, they had a window tax.
Yeah.
They got all bricked up, so they didn't have to pay.
Yeah.
You still see buildings like that today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my mum goes out on history days once every 2 weeks in Bristol. Yeah. And I mentioned to her about, windows, block, have you heard of the window tax? No, she said. I said, right, here's one for you when you're going out, just so you look like, she's in her 70s, my mum, almost 80 now. Yeah. I said, just so you look like you might come up with something that nobody else knows, which is just for interest for her people. Because not a lot of people know about these little sort of, like the window tax, for example. Not a lot of people know about that.
Yeah.
And things like
a lot of people know about fuck all, A lot of people know
particularly about
who the bad guy is in the local
people don't know who the bad guy is.
Yeah.
Flat stuff. Do you want to come up for a chat? Quickly, it's getting on for 3 o'clock in the morning now. I'm not gonna hang around for too long. I've got to be up early in a bit. I'll give you a tune. I got one. Yeah, I won't insult. I just won't insult anybody that plays guitar.
You know the March Funeral?
Yeah.
Chopin, I believe. Yeah. Well, that's a marvelous piece of music. The actual whole piece of music. If you listen to the whole lot, it's not as bleak as you think.
Isn't it?
No.
They just play it. They just play that little extract at funerals.
Yeah.
What's it called?
March Funeral. I can't remember.
March Funeral. Flat. Whereabouts you live, Flat? 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 5 hours behind you. You're probably New York. New York timeline.
Eastern Standard. To get up, Richard.
Hey?
Someone wanted to join us.
Say that again.
Is someone wanting to join the stream?
No. I did say does Flat Stuff want to come up for a chat? He said it's 10 p.m. here, which will be about 5 hours behind, which is New York time, something like that. Get
Yeah.
out. There's no escape, really. New Yorkshire. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard that every single council in Britain has now signed up to the 15-minute city.
Yeah. It's absolute bollocks, isn't it? So the thing is, what I'm saying to you is, rather like what this chap's saying down here, do we have to wait for a saviour, or shall we save ourselves?
Yeah, we were here to save ourselves, mate.
I actually wrote that down on a piece of paper. We have to save ourselves.
We're here to save ourselves, and while we're here to save ourselves, depending on how we are, we can also go and help others save themselves. Really? So if somebody come knocking at my door and they said, "Oh, I'm hungry," I'll say, "Listen, come on in." I wouldn't leave you on your own. I had a guy in here years ago. I'd gone out to Nottingham. There was a guy called Mickey Summers. He was abused as a child, and he spent his whole life trying to get justice. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The police.
You never do. You never get justice when you've been abused.
No. He passed away sadly, but I used to go out to Nottingham.
It doesn't affect me so much now, but in certain ways, there's certain things, a situation that can happen, and it can remind you of really shitty, horrible things. But you know, I've had to override that with myself, and I didn't want Jesus to do that for me because he couldn't help me at the time.
Well,
so the thing is, I helped myself by teaching myself resilience and discipline.
I mean, it's
not let that demon. I believe in evil. In fact, I believe in the devil more than I believe in. Well, you know, Christ, I guess.
Christ just means
you've got the Antichrist, who's the devil, isn't he? And you've got Christ. And I actually believe in the Antichrist more than Christ. Not that I subscribe to the Antichrist at all.
What do you mean believe in? Do you believe it exists?
Very likely.
Well, and Christ is Messiah, Saviour.
It's such a demonic place they've made of the world. When little children are taken away to
but not everybody is like that.
Pardon?
Not everybody is like that. There are pockets. I'll include myself in this, and you.
No,
there are pockets, David. There are pockets of people that are the opposite of the devil. There are pockets of people that are trying to align themselves, even though we can never be perfect. We're trying to align ourselves with being the total opposite of what evil is.
Yeah, that's my on back. That's my reason for existing.
The devil ain't fucking succeeded until he's turned everyone over to being like him or her or whatever it is. It's bi-valve, isn't it? Bilingual, bisexual. Until it has turned the world over to being totally 100% evil, he ain't won.
Hang on a minute. If somebody wants to be bisexual, what is wrong with that?
I haven't said there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying that Baal.
I misconstrued you.
Satan has got a breast and a penis. What does that make him? Her? It.
Sorry, say that again. Satan has got a what?
A breast, got breast and a penis.
A breast?
No, breasts. Plural, 2.
How do you know that?
Well, it's drawn out.
Who by?
Well, the Satanists worship this this idol that's got a breast and a penis.
Yeah, but that's just a picture, isn't it? Why are you so sucked in by images?
I'm not sucked in by it.
You are, because you're saying, you know, it's idolatry and all that lot. I mean,
Well, it is idolatry, worshipping something.
It doesn't mean there's an entity out there with breasts and a penis, does it?
Well, what I actually, if you go back to what I actually said, I said if you go back to what, oh, shut up, listen. If you go back to what I actually said, I said he, and then I retracted that and said he or she. I ain't got a clue. It might be a she.
Well, then we're back to what I was asking: is why has God or the Creator got to be a male?
I am mentioning God. I'm talking about Satan.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Creator. Does the Creator? Why does everything has to be male centric?
Yeah? I don't know. I'm not talking about
because
God. I'm talking about the portrayal. I'm talking about the portrayal of Satan by the Satanists.
Yeah, I know what you said. Yeah, I know that. But I'm making
and anything else has nothing to do with me that you're on about. I haven't said he. I haven't mentioned the word he when I've been talking about God
or anything. I'm not trying to change what you're saying. What I'm trying to do is move the conversation slightly to the side and say, well, why does everything? I'm talking in a philosophical manner now, if you like. Why is almost every institution and everything run by men? You've got the male pope. You've got the male king now. We did have a queen, but you know, whatever. But at one time, females couldn't succeed, could they? And it had to be a son. And so there was a lot of infanticide. If it turned out to be a daughter, it'd be slaughtered. I think that happened with Henry VIII, didn't it, or something? He killed one of them off.
I don't know. Sexuality ain't my bag, mate.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about incest with children. I don't know what that is.
No. I haven't mentioned sex with children.
Infanticide is when it's like killing a child.
I haven't mentioned anything about that. What are you on about?
No, because it's not going to be a male successor. Yeah, because the wife of the king had a girl. They had to get rid of the girl.
Well, I know the Chinese, when the Chinese could only have one child, there was a lot of murdering of the girls.
Yeah.
And the same with a few other cultures as well. Girls are looked down upon as being second class citizens, if you were, not even second class citizens.
Well, they still are in this country.
Eh?
They still are in this country.
Well, if you look at the House of the Parliament, there's a lot of women. You know, I don't get involved in that man-woman thing. I just think.
And I think it's very important because 50% of the population is female. I think it's bloody important. I think men have been the fucking problem in the world.
I don't agree with that. What about Margaret Thatcher? What about Margaret Thatcher?
Well, she wasn't a woman. Come on. God, are you that stupid? Shit, mate, you really have been gone.
What about the Zawalski, the owner? What about the previous CEO of YouTube? She was a woman. Look what the fuck she did during the COVID.
These are all scum. They're not like a proper tender woman. These are women that have had their motherly caring instinct bred out of them. Yeah. There's nothing honourable about these people that are in these positions and saying these things. But what I'm saying is, with the Constitution of Westminster, for instance, which I think is the most despicable place. I think Jonathan Swift said it right when he called it the Parliament of Fowls. You know, with the WFOWLS, WOULS, whatever it is. You know, fowl birds. You know, yeah, beaks. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. I don't know.
The human being is
It's just a gentleman's club. There's not many women in it. There's a handful of women in Parliament. There may be 20 now. You know, how many MPs are there? 609?
650.
650.
I've got my local MP. My local MP is a woman. My local MP is she's on the front benches. She's in the cabinet. My local MP is a Eastern Star Freemason. I've seen it. She's as ignorant as what? She's a narcissist. 100%.
Well, there you go.
It's just a personality trait.
Listen.
It's a personality trait.
What I'm talking about.
A power
I'm
trip.
not talking about women that have already been controlled and manipulated and fucking brainwashed to be arseholes and out-arsehole the men like Maggie Thatcher were trying to do. Yeah, she was trying to out-arsehole the whole lot of the arseholes, and then you got Blair trying to out-Thatcher, which he did. Yeah, in spades. But before, never mind that, what I'm saying to you is these people that have got into these positions of power, yeah, that do this absolute crap on all these committees and everything else. Yeah, they're not you ordinary people. Ordinary people should be running this show. I've often said, look, the children of the future, why aren't they making the laws for the future? Why is it fucking old, decrepit, boring, shitty, narrow-minded fucking idiots, you know, making the laws for the children when they're just about to drop into their box? Have you seen the House of Lords? They're all asleep. They're almost dead. Yeah? What's all that about?
It's a club, mate.
It's fucking
a club.
pathetic. It's pathetic.
It's a club.
And anyone who's called a sir, like Sir Richard Twattenborough, yeah, who wrote a book, ironically called Life on Earth, when there's 200 to 300 species of plants and animals going extinct every single day at the moment, as we speak. Yeah? It's absolute shit. And it's men, mostly, that perpetrated this shit. And obviously some very evil women as well. But it's not good people running the show. It should be good, caring people.
And what are we going to do about it?
Well, we've got to get these bastards banged up to rights for what they've done.
How are we going to do that, David? You see, this is the thing about.
It's quite simple to do.
No, it ain't easy, mate. It's simple, but it ain't easy. Because what they've got is they've got the police and they've got the military as their own personal protection, and the judicial system.
Pardon? I'm not talking about the system. I'm talking about fucking the system right off, the judicial and everything else.
Well, just come out of it. Just come out of it.
Failed. Everything's bought and paid for by the power structure. They think they can fucking run roughshod over all of our liberties and freedoms because they are above the law, because they make the law and they make the law so that it does not affect them in any way, shape, or form.
Well, we know that.
Yes,
we need.
So we've got to get rid of the.
How are we going to do that?
It's quite simple. You do it with people power.
Absolutely. And how are we going to do that?
I can tell you. I've said
Go
it.
on then. And you ain't going to do it on YouTube.
If you go back through my videos, I did a video in I don't know, 2018, I think it was, and it was about a rolling protest. It wasn't about having a march for a day and then going home to tea and watch the bloody television. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was about a rolling protest, which is like a relay. So as one good person leaves the protest, they're replaced by preferably either another person or more. So if they can get two of their mates to attend, yeah, and then
how are we going to do that?
They have to leave the protest for whatever reason, maybe medical, maybe they're tired, maybe they, when they're relieved, the two people go home, they bring four. And it gets exponentially massive in no time at all. And then it gets rolling.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing.
Protest.
This is the thing. That ain't the way you do it.
But it needs to be 24/7, non-stop.
Yeah.
Everyone down tools, say, fuck off, we're not going to comply.
Come out of it, absolutely. But it's no point marching up and down the streets.
Hey?
Marching up and down the streets ain't going to do it. Protesting.
Marching up and down the streets.
You just said when somebody gets tired, they want to go home, you get somebody else to come in. Yeah. People should be on it 24 hours a day, and that is just come out of the system. Said.
It's a rolling protest. It's 24/7 and never ever stops until all our legitimate concerns are addressed and promises are made.
By who? Who are going to make the promises?
By legitimate sources, legitimate.
We need good leadership, mate. We need honest, honourable leadership.
You're not going to get that unless you demand it.
From who?
What are you going to do then? Go and ask.
Hold it. No. Who are you going to demand it from? Who are you going to demand it from?
Wait a minute.
Who are you going to demand it from? The government?
Yes, there's 4.
You're demanding that the government
8 billion.
change.
No, I'm not demanding it of the government. What I'm demanding is the government disappear and we take over the whole fucking lot.
And how is that? Who's going to designate who stands in that position to
nobody? Because there's going to be no fucking leader. It's going to be leaderless.
Shall I tell you what I think?
What?
You're familiar with the village elder?
Who? Yeah, the village elder.
Yeah. Now, was the village elder?
Yeah.
Was the village elder voted in, or was the village elder the elder because born out of just respect, and people went to the village elder of whatever, if it's the village elder of medicine, the village elder of stonemasonry, of blacksmithing, just the person of baking bread. The village elder was the person that wasn't voted.
Yeah.
It's more than just wisdom. It's the 100% consideration for that community.
Yeah.
That is the only way, is if we can get back to that traditional village elder mentality where people aren't saying vote for me, vote for me. People, you will know them by their fruits. They become a village elder. They become an elder. They become an elder.
You don't get what I'm saying. I'm not asking for anyone to vote for anyone.
Well, I've just said, you don't vote.
Parties at all. Everything by consensus, by the common people.
What have I just fucking said, David? Why don't you listen? I've just said, people aren't, village elders aren't voted in. They are there born out of respect.
Yeah, because they're born into the same community.
Which is what we need to get back to.
Exactly.
So people need to demonstrate.
Get back to it initially.
Hey?
We're not going to get back to that, are we? We're not.
Well, that's a negative mentality. We've lost that.
No. Before we can get back to the land, we need to take back the land. How do we take back the land? As we go and occupy the land.
No.
And we do what the fuck we like. Call it anarchy, call it floating anarchy, call it whatever you like.
No.
But it's not chaos. Anarchy is not chaos.
It's going to be chaos because there's no leaders. There's no elders. If you've got no one leading, mate, you've got anarchy. You've got chaos.
I'm not saying there's no people with a better handle on what's going on in a community, which you could call an elder, and you could call it a bit of a leader. But I'm saying there shouldn't be a prime anything unless it's a fucking porker. Yeah?
Unless it's a what?
Porker. A prime porker. Prime beef or whatever, you know.
What's that mean?
It's not necessary. A pork is a pig.
Listen.
Prime pig, you know. Prime pig, you know.
People, one person has an idea.
There shouldn't be a prime anything. There shouldn't be a premier of anything. It's bollocks.
No, you're giving titles to something, and all I've just said is an elder. The elder doesn't. The elder. Why don't you listen?
Republican.
Why are you giving labels to things, mate?
What do you mean?
Well, you're giving labels to things.
Like what?
Well, Republican.
Well, I'm not a monarchist, am I? So what am I?
Monarchist. It's irrelevant. There's a group of people. One person stands up and says, what about this? Everybody else says, brilliant. I said this years ago, and I said this about, oh gosh, about 10 years ago.
I've got a lot of time for you. I've got a lot of time for you, but you know, I think I think I'm tired, and I don't think I put my point across very well, to be honest. So I'll apologise if I got under your feathers.
No, you're right.
No, you know, I mean, it's called debate, and sometimes it gets a bit...
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Passionate people. We don't want our fucking world to be destroyed by these fucking evil scum.
No, they can't. They can't. They knock on my door, I say hello. Fancy a chat? I'm here to kill you. Oh, God, okay. And then a conversation starts, and that's it. And I say, come in, have a cup of tea and a chat. And I chat with them. It's not happened yet, but that's what will happen. We can't fight the system using the same system. You know that already. We've already said that. There's Surfhead there. Surfhead likes to chat.
All right. Cool.
This is the best we can do, David, is we can be in a community.
Yeah.
On YouTube, the best we can hope for is to share news, real news, not fake news. We share experiences, and then take what we learn. Take the ideas that we like and go and work in our own little communities. That is where we occupy.
Well, that would be the optimum thing, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And that is what they don't like.
An organic movement.
Absolutely, spot on. Organic.
Do that without removing the whole power structure, the whole groaning edifice. Surveillance city. You need to get rid of all the cameras and everything else, all the bullshit.
I said this about
all the towers and shit like that. There should be people out there tearing
a lot of people are ready. A lot of people are ready.
Settle in. I can do the job. I'm qualified to do that, no problem. But propane's a lot safer to move around, folks. And, propane. So
I said this.
Oxy-fuel cutting gear, you know what I mean? Get them fucking towers down. You know?
I said this about, it was over 10 years, probably about 2012. This is what I said. This is what I said. I said something.
People on fucking platforms that are not censored at all. And there's a lot of people.
Don't worry about them. Fuck
with a
them.
lot of what I say. So.
Don't worry about them. Honestly. Don't let them live in your head rent free. You got a mission.
But the thing is, it's okay just to say I shouldn't worry about it. But they're fucking doing it every day. The tyranny's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There's no one counteracting it. No one's listening to Dane Wigginton, for instance. Them planes going dapping up and down, spraying all their shit on us like bugs. Yeah? The trees are dying. The birds are dying. The oceans are dying. There's Canfield Ocean. Have you heard of the science term Canfield Ocean?
No, I haven't heard of that, but there's enough. That's enough.
It means dead ocean, basically. There's 500 different zones of dead ocean out there.
Yeah, whatever.
No, but it's important, and you've got the Thwaites.
Well, how much information do you expect one person to cram in?
Listen, I'm not expecting you to know it all.
No, I'm not on about me. I'm not on about me. I know enough that I could probably blow somebody's head up if I met them in the streets and I started talking about everything that is wrong with the world. Okay, I could blow their heads up, and I'll be listen, please, and I can be there for a month. But this is the thing I said about it was back in 2012, and I was on Facebook big time then, and I was saying things like, this is what I said, particularly just about this country, because I wasn't really aware of what was going on in the world. This government is going to do something so outrageous that the whole of the country is going to wake up at the same time. Okay? And I've been waiting. And when it come out about, it's come out about the BBC and what they've been up to, people woke up for about that long and then they forgot about it. Now all this something big about the banking, all the banking shit that's been going on. No, that wasn't big enough to wake this country up. Something massive will wake the whole of this country up, the whole of the world actually, but the whole of this country up. I'm still waiting for that one thing. And I got a feeling that we're not far off of one thing where people are going to say, those conspiracy theorists, Richard, they were fucking right all along. They were right all along. Now, I've been going out, listen a minute, I've been going out for...
has ever been, has been spot on, including the thing.
Absolutely. And that is when the penny will drop.
And the scripture's being manipulated. That's a theory that you will not subscribe to, obviously, because
I don't want to talk about it.
You died in the war.
I don't want to talk about it. There's no. Listen.
That's perfect.
No, this is the thing. This is the thing.
We've got the perfect.
David, why are you so het up?
On my side, my truth and your truth, or suppose.
What's your truth different to my truth?
My truth is not dependent on faith in a so-called omnipotent, all-loving God, which won't even get his fucking finger out to lift his fucking finger to do a bloody thing while all these heinous fucking criminals are doing their evil fucking machinations all over the fucking planet and in the atmosphere and fucking destroying the fucking trees, the wildlife, the birds, the bees, the fucking fish, thousands of seals washed up, thousands of dolphins washed up in the Baltic last year, thousands of them, whales dying because of the sonar from the nuclear subs and all that bollocks. Yeah? And the atom bombs going off all over the shop. What did God do about that? Absolutely fuck all. Thank you, God. Thank you for being so fucking concerned.
Wow.
It's a bucket of shit. It's a fucking psyop. It's the mother of all psyops.
Well, for you it is, because... It's the
mother of all fucking
psychological
operations established.
For me, it gives me the courage, mate, and the fearlessness to go out and just share without fear of retribution, without fear of getting shot or stabbed. Why don't you listen?
You're using it as
You've
a
got
crutch,
listen.
aren't you? You're saying you need this cloak of fear. You need removing.
Eh?
Yeah? I'm saying I could do it without Jesus Christ. I'm fearless anyway. I don't give a
do
fuck.
it then.
I fucking am doing my best.
Do it.
Not most.
You're looking really angry, mate.
Well, I am fucking angry. They're destroying the planet.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to do whatever I can in my limited resources, okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll do with your faith and your beliefs exactly.
Oh, I'll probably do a lot more than you, David.
We're talking about religion forever. We'll never.
I haven't spoken about God. You got this thing about trying to debunk God. You're blaming God for the actions of man.
It's an inversion.
And God gave man free will.
It's an inversion.
Well, that's your opinion.
Okay.
And if you're telling me this to try and convert me,
no, I'm trying to make you see how I view things. I'm not trying to convert you, because you can't convert anyone that's been bought and sold.
Gosh.
They have to see through it. What you ought to do is go and talk to my friend, and the guy I was telling you about, who's 42 years born again Baptist. Yeah, knocking on doors and all that lot. And he suddenly saw through it all. And he saw what he was doing.
Well, that's him.
And he saw the harm he was doing.
What harm was he doing? What harm am I doing going out and saying hello to people?
Has never done any harm.
Eh?
Are you trying to tell me that religion has never done any harm? Established religions?
Oh, established religion, mate. If you're talking about the Church of England, etc., they're the perpetrators of misinformation and misguidance.
Right. But what about the Catholic Church?
They're probably the worst Christian. They're not even Christian. They worship Mary. I'm not religious.
Why is he called what? So you're not religious? You're not?
No, I'm not religious.
So you believe in Jesus?
I know Jesus Christ, yeah.
Ah, so you know Jesus Christ, but you're not.
Absolutely.
So you're not a Presbyterian or a Protestant or a
no.
Fifth Day Evangelist, whatever it is, Eighth Day.
The closest I will be would be a Seventh Day Adventist, because they are vegan, because they believe in the first 6 days of creation.
Well, I'm a vegan, but I eat eggs now and again.
Well, that ain't veganism, is it?
Eggs.
It doesn't matter whether they're organic.
Strictly, because I eat honey as well, so I'm not a vegan at all. So forget that. But technically, I eat vegan food except for honey and eggs.
Well,
and probably I breathe in, various.
Oh yeah,
things,
flies and.
Yeah.
No, I was christened when I was about 6 months old. Church of England. And I came out of Church of England when, at the end of the service, and this was 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. At the end of the service, I'd only walking by, I went in. This was St Mary's Church in Taunton. I sat there, and at the end of the service, the vicar said, "God save the Queen." And I said, I didn't shout it out, but I said, what about God save the homeless? What about God save the elderly? What about God save the poor? And then when I stepped out of that church, I stepped out of the Church of England. I became non-denominational because I questioned why just God save the Queen. If you've got to say God save God, if you've got to bring the Queen into it, why not God help the Queen save the homeless? I'm big into the homeless. I was working at a homeless charity at the time. And it was 10 days later, I went for a walk up to the race course. Okay, we've got Taunton race course up here. And I'm on the track. And I could see a tower down there on the left. I wandered down. This was on a Sunday. It's an old church. I walked around it. I got a load of photographs. I still got them. It's there was a service grave. 18-year-old guy gave his life in the Second World War. I went round to the front of the church and the door was open. I poked my head in. This is 10 days after I came out of the church, okay, the Church of England. I went in, I poked my head in, this guy invited me in. It was a tiny little church, it's Orchard Portman Church. I went in, I sat down, I sat at the back. To cut a long story short, at the end of the service, the preacher, the vicar, said, and this was a Church of England church, he said, God save the homeless. I cried. I said, right, is that God answering my question 10 days before? What about God save the homeless? And that preacher up there in a Church of England, where he should have said, God save the Queen, he said, God save the homeless. Was that God saying, Richard, I heard your question. Here is your answer.
I've no idea.
It was a coincidence. First time I'd ever been in that church. I was out for a Sunday evening walk. I didn't intend going to church. I was on a racetrack, a horse racetrack, galloping along. The timing of it was absolutely coincidental. Most people would say that. I took that as a Richard, you asked this question. And so many other things has happened to me that are more than coincidental. They are answering my questions that I've got about life and people and society. So, and I was so sincere. Honestly, I was just so sincere. I was angry when the vicar in that the old church said, God save the Queen. I think, you know, what more does the Queen really want? She needs salvation, because just because she's the wealthiest woman on earth, what more can she want? You know, she don't go without food, she don't go without warmth, she don't go without comfort, she don't go without clothes, she don't go without anything.
What's all this business about salvation?
Well, you know,
you live and you die. You fall to bits.
Well, you know, I believe in eternity, mate. Energy is created, cannot be destroyed. It will continue forever. The thoughts, the actions, generates an energy that exists forever.
I didn't dispute that. But why the need for salvation? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like salvaging an old ship or something like that. You know what I mean?
Well, we're talking about the consciousness, our consciousness, which will exist forever. The body will be recycled. The consciousness exists once as an energy. You can't hold it. You can't hold the consciousnness. It's an energy.
That may very well be true.
That's the way I see it. I've got to rationalise things like this, David, because my head is just like that.
Do you know what Socrates said?
Eh?
You know what Socrates says? The only true wisdom is to know that you know nothing.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to die. I'm looking forward to dying.
I'm looking forward to the next dimension, definitely.
Right? No, I'm not expecting anything. I'm just looking forward to dying. I'm not in a rush. I'm not going to go and kill myself because I'm looking forward to it. When it happens, it happens.
Listen. Let me tell you how.
Well, I'm so curious. I've seen enough of life on this earth. I'm uncomfortable in it. I hate it. I hate it.
Come on, give us a thumbs up if you want to hear me. Give my 2 pence. Right. What
Dick.
were you? What were you before you were born?
Gosh. What? Ah.
See, now I've got you.
Well, there's two parts to us, isn't there? There's the body and there's the soul. There's the that which is born of the earth. You know, what we eat contributes to our body, and then there is that energy that is classed as our consciousness or our soul. That is something that I cannot explain.
Exactly. Life's a mystery.
Life is a curio. Yeah, I call it a curio. Yeah, I'm so curious about it. But
Yeah. But the thing is, you can be blinded by certainties, by so-called certainties.
I could be blinded by what?
So-called certainties.
Certainties.
Yeah.
Such as?
The certainties of being, if you're faithful, going to church. Well, not necessarily going to church, because you don't need to go to church. But if you're a faithful believer in Christ, you will go to a paradise somewhere.
This is what me having a relationship with Jesus Christ does for me. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. You've said that. Now, what I'd like to say to you is the paradise is here.
Not for me.
It's being destroyed. This is heaven.
Well,
I think there's a passage in the Bible. I don't know the scripture, but there's a passage in the Bible or some Bible somewhere that used to say, I don't know, I think I remember this from my school days, and it was somebody, probably Jesus, urging mankind to make this place, to make the world fit for the kingdom of heaven. In other words, heaven was earth. That's how I read it. So
yeah, I don't like to speculate, mate. I'm not.
No, we're the guardians of the planet. God isn't.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Thing. God isn't doing a thing.
We gave us dominion over the fish of the sea and
the
beast of the water.
No. Jesus
He did.
Jesus isn't doing anything because Scripture has to be fulfilled. And war, pestilence, famine, and death has to happen before the Saviour will come and save us all miraculously, and we'll all be spirited off to heaven. Hey?
Where'd you get that from?
Pardon?
Where'd you get that from?
Well, it says it in the Bible, isn't it?
It doesn't say all. It doesn't say all.
Scripture has to be.
It doesn't say spirited all, spirited away.
Well, whatever.
Listen.
Well, you're saying consciousness goes on. Isn't consciousness your spirit?
Is consciousness what?
Your spirit, your heart and soul.
Well, your heart is an organ, isn't it? It's
no, it's
of the body.
So my kidneys.
Yeah. But the soul, the consciousness.
Yeah, I agree.
Is totally different than the flesh.
I'm not talking about flesh. I'm not talking about sex. I'm not talking about lust. I'm not talking about anything like that. You think at my age, I'm looking at people with lustful eyes and all that and committing adultery with them in my heart.
Why have you gone on to talking about that? Why are you talking about that?
I don't know, because I think that's rather a stupid passage in the Bible for a start. I think
it's
very draconian.
What is?
That passage I just read to you.
Oh, I missed that.
Oh dear. If you look upon a
woman, heaven on earth
with a lustful eye, you have already, hang on, yeah, before you
you said that hours ago.
Before you even got in the sack, you've already.
Yeah, but we haven't. Why are you talking about that when I mentioned flesh?
Because I think it's important, because it shows you how ridiculous scriptures are.
Well, to you, but I don't want to
It's an
hear it.
illustration. There's many, many more ridiculous scriptures.
Yeah, well, you obviously read it wrong and you interpret it wrong.
So the 5 loaves and 4 fishes really were distributed to
I don't know. I
5,000
wasn't
people.
there.
Well, exactly, and you weren't. I wasn't there when Jesus supposedly died for my fucking sins. I wasn't even born.
Well, what it actually did is it made him the most. It made him the most famous man to ever walk the earth. But it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. He didn't die for my sins. He's not my saviour.
Well, that's your issue, isn't it? It's not mine.
No, but you have a problem with that.
No, I don't, because I don't want to hear it.
Exactly.
Because there's nothing I can do, mate. There's nothing I can do. You're wasting your time telling me that.
Set you free from the mother of all psychological operations, which is religion. And the
yeah, but I'm not religious.
Tomorrow in heaven, not your rights and freedoms today on earth.
Why are you? I don't understand. You're having an argument with yourself.
No, I'm not having an argument. I'm just trying to state what I think.
So well, you've stated it more than once. I haven't got an answer for you.
I've got an argument with religion, not you personally, just because you believe in it.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about religion because I'm not religious.
You've talked about it quite a lot.
I haven't. The only time I mentioned the word that I am religious was when I said I am not religious. I haven't said I'm religious. I don't religiously go to church. I don't have to go to church to have a conversation with God. I just do it. I'll do it sat down there. I'll do it if I'm out for a walk. I'll just have a conversation. Am I having a conversation with myself?
I think I don't have a conversation with the Creator, or life itself, or the Great Spirit. Of course I do. I pray every day. But I don't pray to someone who was tortured and nailed on a cross for, who supposedly died for my sins. I don't believe anyone should have to die for my sins, if there be any.
What has happened?
What's happened?
Jesus Christ was crucified to save sinners.
Sinners, yes.
And I believe that.
I wasn't a sinner. I wasn't even born. I was innocent.
Well, it's irrelevant, though. It's not.
Exactly,
it's not a topic. It's not really a topic because it ain't.
Years later, when it's all irrelevant.
Yeah, but it's
none of us were even born. They didn't die for our sins at all. It's a nonsense.
Well, you carry on with that frame of mind, and I'll carry on with my frame of mind. I'm not here to change your mind about the Bible, about God. Well, everybody has a personal
perspective.
Perspective.
It doesn't mean you can't be.
Well, it's not perspective. It's not perspective. It's experience.
It's not just
with their own soul.
Yes, I agree.
Because everybody's had a different life. Everybody's had different experiences. And everybody has a different relationship with their own soul.
Yeah, I have a good relationship.
And which can transition once they get into that position where they can choose what to do in a mature way and what would please a creator of love or the creator of hate. Pick a side. I'm keeping it very, very simple. Pick a side, love or hate. Pick somebody.
How simple is that?
That's very, very complex. That.
No, it's not.
Well, make one then. You make one.
I could have eaten this, couldn't I? I could have been a greedy sod and just ate it. Instead, I planted it. That's what I do every year when I buy chestnuts.
Yeah, but you didn't create it. You just picked it up off the ground.
Pardon?
You didn't create it.
No, of course I didn't. The earth created it. Life created it. The Great Spirit created it. The force of life itself.
Yeah.
Only life knows itself.
Eh?
It cannot be explained. It's a mystery. Only life knows itself.
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah. Anyway, let's get
All right,
back
what
to
about
sorting the world
Confucius?
out.
What about Confucius?
What about what?
What about Confucius? Real knowledge is to know the
Oh, I don't care
extent.
about him.
No, wait a minute. Real knowledge is to
No, I don't
know the
care about him.
extent of one's
I don't
ignorance.
care about him.
Why not?
Well, because whatever he says is just something that is written in a book.
Well, so's the Bible. Something's written in a
Exactly.
book.
So what's wrong with this?
What?
Blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked, or stand in the way of sinners, or sit in the seat of mockers. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. What is wrong with that? As a bit of Confucius. Just a little bit of wisdom put in a little poem. What's wrong with it? That I can take out of that exactly what I think. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, or standeth in the way of sinners, or sitteth in the seat of the scornful, or the mockers, as in the KJV. What is
Do you
wrong with
think?
that
Do
as a
you think I'm
sentiment?
mocking
What is
you? I'm
wrong with
not
that as a
mocking
sentiment
you.
to address your
I'm not
MP?
mocking you. I'm
There's nothing
suggesting
wrong. What is wrong
that
with
is the.
extracting that out of that book and
No,
using it?
I'm saying to you that religion has been used by the power structure, the evil one, to keep mankind nose to the grindstone, go to church,
You're talking to me.
pray. Yes.
You're talking to me.
Yeah, I thought so.
I don't go to church religiously.
No, I'm not talking
Well, you
about you
address
going to
me as me,
church.
not me
I'm not
as
talking
the
about you going to church.
99.9% of other
No.
Christians.
I'm talking about the chapel, the local chapel in the 1820s or
Yeah, we
whatever.
know all that.
Industrial Revolution and all that lot. How established religion took away the people's natural.
Well, that's what's got to be upturned, isn't it? These are people that have been misled by the spiritually wicked in the highest places in religion. They've misused the Bible. They put fear into the people. They put fear into the hearts of the Christians.
Right, which Bible's the right Bible? Because there's hundreds of different Bibles.
Well, I use two.
Which is the official version that you subscribe to?
I use two.
Pardon?
I use two. I use the NIV, which is the Gideon's, New International, and I use the KJV.
Yeah. What did King James leave out of the Bible?
I don't know.
And
It's
what
not
did
in
he
there.
cynically leave in the Bible? Yeah.
How many books are in the Bible? King James, 66. That's a bit of an odd number, isn't it? There's got to be something wrong with it. I already know that.
Not only that, it was published in 1611. If you go back to the numbers racket, we've got 1611.
Absolutely.
We've got 911.
So I know it's corrupt.
77.
I know it's been bastardized. But what I'm going to say is, I will take out of it what I deem as worthy and puts into words what I would like to put into words myself from what is in my head. And that I've just read you.
You don't hang out with wicked people, do you? And evil people.
Eh?
You don't hang around with wicked people and evil people or follow evil people.
Well, what's a wicked person? Define a wicked person. Define an evil person.
A tyrant. Someone who abuses
Define
children.
a tyrant.
Pardon?
Define a tyrant. You've got to define it.
A tyrant is a megalomaniacal, ego-tripping piece of shit.
Well, what we could say is they're evil.
Yeah, we say it's evil if you
So
want.
where would you get the concept of what is good and evil then? Or assuming that the opposite of evil is good.
Evil. I know what's good and evil.
Eh?
I know what's good and evil.
You know.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to explain to somebody they had never heard of the Bible, so they don't know the 10 Commandments, they've never heard of common law, they're children. We're bringing up children here. You've got to teach children. We've got to teach children. Eh?
I can't remember which commandment it is, but there's one in there that says, which I go along with, thou shalt not bear false witness.
Yeah.
And what do they do all the time?
Who are they?
The lying bastards that control everything.
Well, that's evil, isn't it?
Exactly. They're bearing false witness all the time. They're telling us that it's safe and effective, this, that, and the other, fluoride and all the other procedures. And
yeah, so why are you arguing with...
I'm not arguing. I'm
someone. Well, why are you questioning?
I'm arguing with the Bible, not with you, Richard.
What's wrong with this? I got to do it because there's 2 versions. Blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked.
You said that about several times. I don't walk in the counsel of the wicked. I don't go anywhere near the fucking counsel if we can avoid it.
Well, what are you on about? Are you on about the bad people or are you on about the good people? Pick a side to discuss. Because you can't mix the 2 in a discussion.
Hang on a minute.
People are either good or bad.
There's such thing as good and bad in everyone.
Yeah, but if people that have bad in them, I got bad in me. I don't deny it, but I try my hardest to suppress that bad and keep it out of me.
I don't have to suppress the bad in me. I don't do anything really bad. Not really, really bad. Well, occasionally.
What's the difference between bad? What's the difference? What's the difference between bad, really bad, and really, really bad?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't ask if it was obvious. What's bad? Name something that's bad.
Don't you know?
Eh?
Don't you know?
Well, I don't know what you mean by bad, really bad, and really, really bad. Eh?
Creating warfare, creating bioweapons, creating fluoride, the lie of fluoride, the lie of tobacco being good for the lungs and helping.
Is that bad?
Helping you breathe. Yes, it's very, very bad indeed.
Right then. So what's really bad?
I've just stated the really bad.
No, you just stated the bad.
No, I didn't. I said it's really, really bad creating bioweapons.
All right then. So what is bad?
Bad?
Yeah, just bad.
You can have a bad thought, can't you?
So a thought is bad, can be bad.
Yeah.
But is that bad?
No.
So it ain't bad then. So what's bad? Name something that's bad.
Yeah, but this is getting into semantics now.
No, it's not. It's getting into understanding the difference between bad, and really, really bad. Because there is obviously a structure of bad.
There's something in your makeup, right? Right, that you cannot control. You can't control. Mind? You can't control the mind. Control.
I can actually.
Fully control it. No, you can't.
Like I can have control over it. I can't control it, but I can have control over it. If I get a negative thought,
only limited amount of control.
No, let me say this. If I think of somebody like Bill Gates, okay?
Yeah.
Now
I need to go downstairs and get a drink. Will you still be here, Richard?
Yeah.
I pissed you off. I feel like I've really pissed you off.
No, you haven't. This is a good chat, mate. Honestly.
No,
As long as we just, as long as we keep away from religion.
A bit too heavy against religion.
Religion, every religion. No,
I don't do religion at all, and I don't. You just said you don't do
organized religion. Organized religion.
Listen, I'm
this
not
is what I said.
Jesus wasn't a good guy if he did indeed exist. I don't know whether he existed or not.
If he was real, if he wasn't real, let's say, you remember Enid Blyton books?
Well, how does someone get born of a virgin? Come on. And how come Muhammad was born of a virgin as well, and Mithra and several other deities?
Where does the consciousness?
There's tons of
where does the consciousness? Where does the consciousness come from?
That's why they disappear. Consciousness. Where does it come from?
Yeah,
it's one of the miracles.
Absolutely.
You can't explain everything. That's the whole point.
I'm not trying to. Go and get your drink. I'm going to put the kettle on.
And it's a miracle that you know.
I've gone a minute.
Hey? Listen, you just entertain people. I leave in your capable hands. I need to get a drink. I've got to walk all the way downstairs. I might have a cigarette outside. Can I leave you for about 7 minutes, Richard? Leave you to hold the fort. You don't have to. You can, do other things. But it's good to have a conversation, and even if we did seem to get rather heated, I'm not here to wind people up. I'm trying to just move the paradigm shift, get a paradigm shift going, so that we get more so-called Christians actually doing something instead of just waiting for the Messiah all the time, waiting for Scripture to be fulfilled, which is really a nauseating idea to me. I don't think any of the shit should be fulfilled. Bollocks. War, famine, pestilence, and death is anathema to me. Fuck Revelation. Bollocks.
Hey, Mo. I didn't. I was actually. I got the kettle on. I didn't hear a word you said. I thought you were going downstairs.
It's all right. Yeah, I'm going downstairs. I'm going to be about 5 minutes. I'm going to have a cigarette.
All right.
And I'm going to have to have a drink before, I die of thirst. Well, I won't die of thirst, but cactus might start growing on my tongue, All right. Shoes. Where are the shoes gone?
Cheers, sir. If ever you'll come up one day and have a chat, mate.
Do you want me to end the stream, or do you want to hang on?
No, carry on.
Right. Okay.
Carry on.
Right. That's cool.
It's up to you.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Because what's good about this is we've both had a pretty good go, haven't we, right? I've given you plenty of latitude. You know what I mean? I've let you say your bit, and you've let me say my bit, fairly much. Although I felt you were getting upset, and I didn't really want to upset you.
No. You won't upset me.
I'm glad you've got Jesus and all that lot. I'm glad it works for you. But at least you're trying to do something with your faith. Yeah? There's so much sitting around waiting for Jesus to come.
Yeah, I'm not waiting for him to come, mate.
And death to.
I don't think it'll come in my lifetime.
Pardon?
I don't think it'll come in my lifetime. And this is the thing.
It won't come in your lifetime.
I don't think so.
Right.
I got. If he's going to come in my lifetime, he's got to be here this year, because my health is pretty much. I should have been dead last year. I got a letter over there. I should have been dead by September or October of last year.
Well, I should have been dead in 2016 when I threw myself off a railway bridge into the River Loon. So I should have been dead in 2016.
Amen.
Indeed. The coppers were. He said not many people who dive off there survive. You said you were very lucky.
That was another 2016. I want to just make me brew a minute.
And I've been in hospital ever since. So there you go. Anyway, I've seen a bit, Richard. Entertain the troops out there, all right? Can you hold the fort for me, yeah? You're okay? Okay. Oh, where's the bottom? We need that.
Hey, Chuck, you fancy coming up for a chat? It's 4 a.m. here. This has been going on for like 3.5 hours. Blah, blah, blah. This live stream is on David Lovewaves. This is on his channel, and you can dual stream onto other channels, so it's dual streamed onto mine. Yeah, Chuck, I've still got that Bible, chronological order of the world video to edit together that points to 2016. And if I add 7 years, for some reason I got 7 years in my head. It might be something to do with tribulation. But from 2016, that chronological the chronology of the world points out, and this was somebody else had written it in pencil before I had it, and that is like a mid-1800s Bible, 1840, something like that, maybe even earlier. 2016. It was 150 years. Yeah, and I've got a link to the video that you produced. Do you remember when you shared that that bit of that Bible that somebody had pointed out that led to 2024? You had a date in it, didn't you? 2024. Now, for some reason, I got set the 7 year off of onto 2016. In my head, it went to 2023. And in 2016, a lot happened in 2016. Fourth Industrial Revolution was announced. I first noticed in this country the sky and metal in the sky. One in the sky, it was in my back garden. And it went like purple and blue. There's quite a lot happened in 2016. David just mentioned about a few things that happened in 2016. So 2016 was something happened in 2016, and a lot of people think, "Oh, this happened, that happened." 2016 was a big year, but 2023, yeah. But I got a link to your video. I might have even screen recorded that little segment of it where you were pointing out the chronology leading up to 2024. I just need to put it together and narrate it because I've also got an introduction to the book as well, the Bible, because it is an old one, quite old, mid-1800s. It's called John Brown's Self-Interpreting Family Bible. It's a big old thing. This is. It's huge. It's heavy as well. Yeah, it's massive. It's thick. Big writing. The chronology. Oh, there it is. I'll have to read it. I got pictures of it somewhere. Year of the World. For some people, they might not be able to tolerate it, but you know, the Bible is the best book ever written, without a doubt. Right, 1866 is the year of the world. About this time, or 150 years later, which takes it to 2016, and somebody's actually done the math under here. 1866, 150, 2016. So there's a date there, 2016, written by somebody else in like faded pencil. About this time, or 150 years later, Christ's witnesses, who have been much persecuted and often reduced very low, will be almost utterly extirpated by anti-Christian influences. But God, who has already scourged the anti-Christians by the wars of the Saracens, blah, blah, blah. I just find it quite funny that that video actually that you uploaded, Chuck, prompted me to have a look at the chronology of that, and it was, you know, it was within a year.
Are you talking about a video I uploaded?
No. I got this old Bible. It belongs to my. It's not mine. It's my wife's heirloom, family heirloom. It's I don't know. It's getting on for about. It's over 100 years old, mid 1800s, something like that. Maybe even earlier. I can't find the direct. There's no print date in it.
Yeah.
But the little bit of research I've been able to do is like from 1800 to mid 1800s. Yeah, we're very close, Chuck. We're very close, and you know, this is the thing. This is the thing. We just got to keep going, irrespective of anything, and sharing the light. Really, and I don't care what anybody says about my beliefs, or anybody has any adverse things to say about the Bible. The Bible is just full of everything that we need to know, and it's put in words. A lot of this stuff, like Psalm 1. Boom! It's put in such a way that if I try to speak that with my limited, you know, worldly mind and knowing of words, I wouldn't be able to write it like that. Although the sentiment is precisely as I think. You know, when you look at your MPs and your politicians and the leaders of the food industry and the leaders of just everything, you know, they're taking the piss. They're mocking, scoffers, mockers. Blessed is the man who does not stand in the, you know, that Psalm 1 is like iconic. It's iconic. I use the Gideon is a brilliant one. Chuck, it's NIV, New International Version. This saved my life. This put me on the right track. And you got to think now. They are. It just said it in there. Or 150 years later, 2016, they started persecuting the Christians. Well, they started that by introducing this odd agenda where, you know, an apple can be an orange and an orange can be a plum. You know, get my drift, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, that is a persecution. That is a persecution of that Christian ideology. You know, man should not lie with another man and wear high heels and a frock. That was ad lib in there.
You say man should not lie with another man?
Should not lie with another man. Put his willy up his another man's bum.
Any homosexuals, you mean?
Well, it doesn't really make biological sense, really.
It doesn't matter.
Unless
it's not. It's a personal preference. It doesn't matter
Oh,
whether
obviously.
it's biological sense or not.
Well, everything biological has a function. Genitalia wise.
Yeah.
The willy, two functions. To piss, to get rid of toxins, and to reproduce. The bumhole has one function, to get rid of waste. That's scientific biology, that.
Yeah, but it's kind of homophobic, wouldn't you say?
I got nothing. I got gay friends, mate. I just don't raise the issue. But to me,
what do you think of your gay friends then? Do you think they're perverts or distorted or?
No, I sort of understand the relationship.
Aren't there such things as Christian homosexuals? I believe there are, aren't there?
We can't be a Christian and a homosexual.
Pardon?
Well, you can't be a Christian and a homosexual.
No, but there are homosexuals that claim to be Christians.
That claim to be Christians, yeah.
Well, what's wrong with that? If they see Christ in their own way, that's fine. Where does it say in the Bible that man should not lie with another man?
Oh, I can't remember the exact one.
Right.
But just the simple biology, of it.
I don't think it was Jesus, though. See, you're saying you've got a relationship with Jesus. I don't think Jesus ever said that.
Do you want me to find it?
There's numerous instances. You can find out for me if you want. But I mean, you know, there's numerous instances where men have been deprived of female company, where they've turned themselves, you know, because they've got feelings and they've wanted a cuddle. And whether they went the whole way, or you would call it the bum hole way or whatever, I mean, it's really irrelevant, really. It was up to them at the time. It was two consenting adults doing something that was comforting to them at the time in the most extreme circumstances, like people who've been locked up in confinement for year after year in the most lice-ridden, horrible jails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been celibate for. Gosh.
What does celibate mean?
Without had sex.
You haven't had sex. Have you had sex?
Not even with myself.
Have you had sex? Not even with yourself.
No.
Why not? You're wasting your time. Honestly, you should do it. A good orgasm would do you immense.
I've done it, mate.
Pardon?
I've done it.
Do it again.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
You're a human.
I don't want to. I'll save it for when I'm married again.
Oh, yes, you do. Oh, no, he doesn't.
I don't. I just think it's it's a short. Unless you want to express.
I think I'm going to close the stream and go and pull my blanket.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Wow.
But if you wanted to, for God's sake, if you've not had sex for years, it would be perfectly.
I don't want to. It's a choice, mate.
No, but hang on a second.
It's a choice.
Hang on. You may want to. You might not want to at the moment. Things
No, it's
can
not. It's not. I
change.
don't look at a
Things can
woman.
change over time.
I don't. No, they won't.
Can change.
They
What
won't.
do you mean it won't? How do you
Because
know?
I look at. Listen. Are you going to listen to me or not? Are you going to listen to me or not? Are you going to listen to me or not?
You haven't got a crystal
Are you going to listen to me or not?
I am listening.
Rather than you telling me, do you just want to listen to the simple explanation?
No, I'm telling you that things could change.
They won't.
How do you know?
I know they won't. Anybody I look at, David, I don't care whether it's a child or whether it's a beautiful woman. I look at them and all I want to do is protect them. That is the way I look at it, and it's the same with men. I don't look at men in any other way than I want to protect them. That is the way I am with everybody.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about love thyself.
Talking about what?
I was talking about to thine own self be true and to love thine self. And if you're on your own for a long time, if you were to love yourself, e.g.
Wank.
Well, you said that word. I don't think it's very nice.
Well, is that what you mean? I don't know what you're on about unless you say it.
Well, why should I say that word?
Well, what else is there?
It's a slang word, isn't it? It's a swear word.
It's a word that describes an action.
Listen, if you wanted to manipulate yourself, yeah, and feel an orgasm, yeah, that would be a human thing to do if you hadn't had sex.
Yeah, but listen, you're telling me something.
It wouldn't be a sin. There's no sin to it.
You're telling me it's not about sin, mate.
You can't let fantasy.
It's not about sin. It's nothing to do with it. It's nothing. There's nothing at all to do with sin.
No, it isn't.
Absolutely not. To me,
there's nothing wrong with somebody wanting to play with them.
Well, no, there's nothing wrong with it. If you want to do it, you do it. But for me, it's just not a thing.
Listen, you've either got freedom or you haven't got freedom, right? Yeah?
Yeah?
If you believe in freedom, you should believe in all freedoms. Not to go and abuse other people and use other people. I'm talking about self.
There are limits to freedom.
Listen, you can be free of all your hang-ups.
I haven't got any hang-ups.
Of course you've got a hang-up. Because you've been on your own for years and years and years, and you've never ever had an orgasm or anything for years and years and years. You know, it's a bit sad.
It's sad for you because I see it as a trivial pursuit and a short-lived experience.
I've been in hospital for 7 years, right?
Why are you basing me on your experience?
No, what I'm saying is my experience is just as valid as yours. Because
but it's different.
There's no one. No, yes, we're different, but no one's better than anyone else.
Where's that come from?
No one is better than anyone else. Potentially.
Where's that come from?
As long as they're a good person. Listen, if I want to think of myself into a space of a loving woman's arms in a fantasy land, yeah? Fantasy island in my mind, right? For a moment. That isn't something to be condemned by the Lord Jesus Christ or any other entity out there. You know, it's not reprehensible. It's understandable. It's okay. It's human. It's called human feelings. What's wrong with having feelings? What's wrong
Yeah,
with
I'm aware
having
of all that.
feelings? You
I'm
know,
aware
in
of all
all
that.
these years of celibacy, have you ever woken up with an erection or anything?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Oh, that's your body trying to tell you something.
Telling me I've got an erection.
Yeah.
And
It's telling you that it might be
what
a nice
happens?
idea if you actually relieve some of
What
that
happens if I'm walking
tension,
down the street and I get an
some of that
erection?
stress and tension.
What happens if I'm walking down the street and I get an erection?
Well, we don't walk down the street with erections, otherwise we get arrested, my dear.
What happens if I'm walking down the street because ours happened, then I get an erection?
No, you get arrested if you're walking down the street with an
Yeah.
erection. Especially
So
if you're
what?
waving it about prolifically. With great aplomb.
Well, why shouldn't I relieve that? Why shouldn't I relieve that tension in the street?
Why
It's natural. You just said it's natural.
Why should you keep all the tension inside?
It doesn't stay in there. It doesn't. I don't walk around for the rest of the day with a hard on until I.
Natural inclinations. Natural proclivities, you know.
Fuck me, mate. You.
I'm a fuck up. That's what people love me for. I go beyond.
Weird. Honestly.
I understand everything. I understand.
You can't. See, everybody has a different experience.
Nothing.
Everybody has a different experience with a certain thing.
There's nothing wrong with people having different experiences.
No, exactly that. So what is wrong with me being celibate for?
Nothing
and the
wrong
last.
with it at all. I'm not saying there's anything
What?
wrong.
Why are you making it? Why is it? Why are you trying to justify your view that sex?
Me, Richard, you're misquoting me. I'm
all right.
saying there's anything wrong with you being celibate and remaining celibate for the rest of your days.
Yeah, but you're trying to convince me that I should be having sex. You're doing it.
No,
you're assimilating it with your way of life.
No, I was just
you are.
Suggesting.
You just done it.
No, you're just talking over me now.
Hey, boo.
Pardon?
Amongst us, Phil.
Have you ever been married, Richard?
Hey?
Have you ever been married?
Yeah.
Right. Have you ever noticed that women sometimes, when they're not quite finished, yeah, you've rolled over?
No, I haven't noticed that.
No, pardon? It's never happened to you.
Not in my experience.
Well, it has in mine. Not just with one woman, but with a few of them. There's nothing wrong with it. I said, carry on, my dear. Whatever floats your boat. Cool freedom, man. You know, you got these anal people that are so stuck up their own fucking backsides they can't see over the rim. You know, they've got these anal people with all these stupid, paranoid ideas that if their wife should ever look upon another man, you know, just only for a scintilla of a second, you know, she's condemned to eternal damnation. You know, what the hell's going on? It's absolutely pathetic. Talk about subjugating women. Talk about subjugating men who have feelings. Eh? Have you ever read The Ballad of Reading Jail by Oscar Wilde?
No.
No, I haven't. I think you should read that one tonight.
No, I shan't bother. I don't like the sound of Oscar Wilde.
Oh dear, how unfortunate.
How's it going, boo? How you doing? I'm looking well. Thank you. I got my fake nose on there.
I don't think you're going to be back to my channel ever again, Rich.
Hey?
Not because I'll ban you from the stream or anything. I won't ban anyone. Not unless they're just a complete and utter total turd. You know, I wouldn't. You know, I wouldn't stop.
Is it
freedom
because
of
I'm
speech.
celibate?
I wouldn't stop freedom of speech. I stand for freedom. Full stop. Not freedom to kill, pillage, exploit. Yeah. Nothing like that. Freedom of expression and association.
Well,
Yeah.
this is the thing about expression. Is
Eh?
the thing about expressing yourself or oneself is you express oneself, but you don't express oneself expecting another person to change to your.
Hang on a second. Let me just ask you this question.
Go on
When
then.
you see my live stream,
Mm-hmm.
do you ever consider why I called the live stream what I called it?
Well, it's your channel name.
Well, what is it? Is it
Love
fucking?
Waves Drifting
Is it
Forever.
fucking Ted in the green suit with the tinfoil hat on with the carbon footprint or something? You know, no, it isn't. It's not a comedy fucking moment. Although I can do comedy, it's a serious fucking statement. It's saying love, sending out a love wave, which is nothing
Drifting
to do with
Forever.
hate, which has got fuck all to do with hate and everything to do with freedom. Yeah.
Freedom what?
Sending out that love wave, drifting forever.
How can it drift forever?
Of course it can, because you said consciousness goes on forever.
I said that. I think you disagreed with me.
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's okay then. At least we're on the same
What
page.
you'll have
There
to
is
do
an
is rewind
eternity
the
for the
tape and you'll
conscious soul.
find I did not disagree with you on that fact. I said,
yeah, I'm just checking.
No, I think you could well be right, and I think you
Right.
are right. And when I said you could be well be right, I should have more categorically stated, yes, you're perfectly right.
Thank you. Yeah,
You are.
total agreement. Yeah, there's no divide there.
Right. But the thing
So
is,
you love waves. Love. This is why love versus hate. Hate is evil. Love is pure and holy. Simple as that. And it depends where we derive our
no, but the thing
knowing
is about
what love is.
no, the thing is about my belief is that I believe in universal, unconditional love. So no, it's not conditional on anyone being perfect, being straight. Yeah. It's nothing to do with that. It's people being consensual, being freedom loving. Yeah. But most of all, being loving and understanding and accepting.
So what do you think of Bill Gates?
I'm not going to accept that piece of shit. What are you talking about?
Well,
That's nothing to do with it. He's not.
There goes your universal oneness.
He couldn't feel a fucking scintilla of love.
So he's going to another place then.
Hey?
You'll be going to another place.
He won't go anywhere.
Well, he's the same. He's an entity of consciousness, of energy that will continue forever, for eternity.
He's not even an entity of consciousness. He's not conscious of the fucking evil he does. He's an ignorant piece of shit.
I think his Jupiter's Delight smiles give it away that he is conscious of what he's doing. I think his Jupiter's Delight smiles give away the fact that he knows what he's doing.
Well, that's because he's evil.
Absolutely. And he knows what he's doing. He has a consciousness that knows what he's doing. And he knows what he's doing is wrong.
Yeah, but it's not universal consciousness. It's perverted consciousness. It's not conscience. It's got fuck all to do with human feeling.
I think he's lacking actually in that love element.
Pardon?
He's definitely lacking in that love everyone element.
Of course he is.
But he is a universally forever person until...
No, he isn't.
Well, he's an energy that
I
exists.
totally disagree.
What's going to happen to his energy once his body dies? What's going to happen to his conscious energy? His conscience energy.
He hasn't got a conscience.
His consciousness. I upgraded to a consciousness. He's conscious that he's alive. His consciousness element. His consciousness energy.
Got a heart. You don't think with your head. You think with your heart. And he can't think. Intelligence isn't wisdom. Wisdom comes from the heart, doing what the heart tells you to do, not what his fucking thick head has told him to do.
Car battery, energy.
These people who are so-called intelligent people are the most ignorant people imaginable. They can't even comprehend the evil that they're doing. Not really. They know they're doing bad stuff, but they can't fully comprehend in that they cannot have the empathy for the pain and suffering they're causing.
There is this MK Ultra technique. Abused people. I learned this from some abused people, where they shut down the consciousness, and so whatever's happening to them doesn't actually, they're not witness to it. It's happening, but they can shut it off. I can't remember what it's called. It's like dual personality sort of thing.
Well,
but
it's automation. It's automatism, isn't it?
When it gets to a certain point, it will. But yeah,
becoming like robots. So it's like the Manchurian Candidate job.
That sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you can it depends.
The thing is, nobody, no fucker in this fucking world has got the monopoly on fucking love. Yeah? No fucker. I haven't got the fucking monopoly on love. Have I bollocks? But I believe in love. Freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom to congregate, you know, freedom to walk the streets of England's once green and pleasantly looked after land, which has now been totally subjected to the most sickening, evil, fucking heinous bastards. And we need to get these fucking pieces of shit removed from our fucking consciousness, yeah? Just fucking phase the bastards out, freeze them out. You need to freeze them out with fucking love. They fucking fear love like fuck. They're more scared of me than fucking lots of people. Because I don't give a fucking flying shit in anything but fucking freedom. Yeah? And that's freedom, period, and it's unconditional. freedom and love, unconditional love. It's not conditional on fucking doing fucking anything but what's consensual between adult people.
Yeah.
And not exploiting others. That's what you've got to understand. And you've got to forget scriptures saying man shall not lay with man and stuff like that. If consenting adults want to do whatever they want to do, let them get on with it, as long as they're not.
Oh, absolutely. In the confines of their own bedroom, and don't thrust it on children that are 5 years old and 6 years old.
Well, it's
Don't
fucking
introduce it
obvious.
to
I
children.
wasn't suggesting that they did anything of the sort.
But they are. It's part of the agenda.
Well, it's their agenda, the sick fuckers' agenda.
Absolutely.
It's not the average person. It's not the average gay.
Well, the average person is standing by watching it happen.
Eh?
The average person is just standing by watching it happen.
The average gay person is against that kind of fucking power.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Kind
I
of
don't know about that. I just know about the biology. I don't
Listen,
like the idea of the biology.
I'm not talking about biology. And I'm not talking about creating children, how they're made and all that lot. I'm not talking about that. I'm certainly not talking about thrusting stupid fucking shit onto children who wouldn't know whether they were gay or straight yet, even because they hadn't even got any sexual compass at all, because they hadn't even matured, for God's sake. For God's sake, leave the children alone to make their own fucking decisions in their own sweet time. Yeah? And if they want to be gay, let them be gay if they want to be gay. Yeah? If when they've grown up they want to be gay, there's nothing to stop them doing what they want to do consensually in their own fucking bedrooms and not thrusting it on anyone else.
Absolutely. It's the children are after. It's the children are after.
Well, we know that. We know it's a massive there's a massive, horrible, stinking, slimy, filthy, heinous fucking network, the scum. Yeah? These people should be fucking hunted down and fucking got out of their fucking gated communities and got rid of all their fucking security support they've got and all that fucking lot. What the fucking hell's our fucking army doing, eh? What's the fucking army boys doing, eh? Propping up these fucking gits, yeah? Allowing them to get away with all this fucking tyranny. Yeah, they should be marching down there and kicking all them fuckers out. We know where they are. All the fucking lot of these scum that perpetuate this fucking evil, fucking shoveling shit onto children. Yeah, before they've even matured. Yeah, they're not yet out of the fucking sandpit before they start thrusting bullshit about fucking sex education and all that fucking lot. Eh? It's a load of bollocks.
Oh, it's a divide thing, Phil, I think. Another one of those divide.
It is. It's divide and rule.
Divide. Pit man against man and woman against woman and man against woman and woman against man. And whatever else you identify as against somebody else.
Well, exactly. Gay against straight.
So
you just said to me before you've got some.
Oh, I'm not against gays.
You've got some gay friends, exactly.
Yeah, I've got some really beautiful gay friends. But the
last
last thing I do, and which I hug, I hug them. But the last thing I do is raise the issue of sexuality, because it's fuck all to do with me. It's absolutely nothing to do with me, other people's sexuality. Unless somebody asks me, what do you think of a man sticking his willy up another man's bum? And I say, well, it's biologically, I think it's quite horrible.
Yeah, well, that's just your perspective, isn't it?
And it is disgusting. Imagine, you know.
but broadcasting it like that is like
Well,
quite a
I can't put it any
quite a
simpler.
disparaging manner. It's quite nasty, I think.
Well, it's
To your
the way it
gay
is, isn't it?
friends,
How else would you?
if
How
your
can you
gay
dress it
friends are
up?
watching this tonight, I think
How can you dress
they'd
it up
think
as
you've
anything
gone a
else
little bit
than what
over
it
the
actually
top.
is?
Pardon?
How can you dress that up in any other way than that?
Why bother even to express the words you've just expressed?
Because the whole conversation started off with the biology and lust. It's to do with lust.
Why don't you keep your thoughts to yourself on that issue?
Well, it's for the same reason that for the same reason you think it's necessary for me to have sex.
No.
It fucking well is. You're questioning why I've been celibate for so long.
No.
Yes.
Been celibate for so long.
And then then we delved into the realms of lust.
Than you? How do you know I've not been celibate for longer than you?
It's irrelevant.
Exactly. It's none of my fucking business.
It's irrelevant.
Exactly.
To my experience.
It's none of my business.
And then you're trying to tell me that if I wanted to tug myself off, it's okay. It probably well is, but I don't. It's not in my remit. It doesn't arise.
No. What I was saying was, it wouldn't be wrong if, at some stage in your celibacy, you woke up one morning and felt like not being celibate all of a sudden because you'd made a choice, a freedom of choice. What's wrong with that? It's freedom again, isn't it? What's wrong?
Yeah, I've got the freedom of choice, and I've chosen. It's not. It's actually not. It's not so much a choice as just the way I am.
How do you know how you're going to be in 20 years' time?
In 20 years' time, I'm going to be pushing up daisies, mate.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. My face is getting eaten away. In 20 years' time, I will not have a head.
Listen, we'll all be pushing up daisies by the end of this year or next.
Well, yeah, I know that.
If we don't stop climate engineering.
Well, I'll be pushing up daisies anyway. But, you know.
Don't stop all the other bullshit they're doing. Part of
Alison Glenn. Hello.
No, part of all this fucking tyranny that they're bringing in.
It's a python.
Part of all these restrictions and tyranny that they're bringing in is a fucking distraction from what they're actually doing. And do you know what that is? Planetary omnicide. Because they're a death cult. They believe in killing. And if they can kill this planet, if they can fucking kill this planet, yeah, that's what they're aiming for. They don't want a fucking fish or a fucking bird or a fucking bee. They don't want fuck all to live. Yeah? Except
they're prepared, mate. They're prepared to end this world and return to it, however long it takes.
Franking bullshit, yeah?
They've got a seed bank. I think it's in Scandinavia. Have you heard of that seed bank in Scandinavia? Every single plant, they've got a seed for every single plant going back, even the extinct plants.
Yeah,
I think it's in Scandinavia.
No, I think it's Norway actually, but no.
Norway, somewhere like that, Scandi country.
Yeah,
they got a plan, mate. They want this world to themselves. They don't like us.
It's not necessarily them that put the seed bank in place, or was it them?
You don't get to build something like that, mate, without influence.
Yeah, but you don't know where the influences come from, do you? There might be more than one structures of power going on.
I would imagine so, yeah.
So there's going to be a power battle sometime.
Between them, yeah. They're not.
Who's going to be the top dog? So because they've got paranoid, yeah, one side or another, they've set these seeds aside because some people actually want to live out in the sunshine and not underground with the real fucking maniacs.
Yeah, you wait till the old Gee Whiz goes off.
Completely lost it, eh?
You wait till the Gee Whiz. When they implement that Gee Whiz and they fry people's eyeballs out and they boil people's bodies,
Yeah,
and they release some chemical biological agent, that'll be from the sky. They normalise the sky to look like.
We'll be extremely lucky if we reach the end of the decade. It'd be a fucking miracle if we do. But if we don't, we go to another dimension. Yeah.
Well, that's not even hearsay. That's just
no, it's a fact.
It's a hope, really. Unless you've been there, unless you can factualize it with evidence.
I can factualize it.
Go on then.
I've had near-death experiences about 7 times in my life. Do you want me to itemize them?
Say that again. I was just reading Boo's comment there. I saw a beautiful cardinal today.
Pardon?
So sad these freaks have no souls. They don't give a shit, really. In the short term, they don't give a shit because we ain't got long before they flick a switch. They'll flick a switch. They'll go underground. They'll flick a switch. They'll probably watch us from inside their bunker.
That's why I said to you that now is the time
to repent.
We should be acting as soon as possible. We should be organising.
Yeah, I'm doing that already, but the only way I can organise is in my community with the people that I come across face to face. That's the only way I can do it. Voice to voice, mouth to mouth, skin to skin, and get that human contact. This shite show of an internet. Not this shite show, the show that is a shite internet. You know, it's not a patch on having a conversation with another person out in the world. And you're there, you're up North England, I'm in Southwest England, Boo's in, is it West America? Phil's there. We're dotted all over the world.
Yeah.
We're dotted all over the world. If you pinpointed people like us on a map of the world, I bet there'll be dots all over the world. Every single place within a 10-mile radius of everywhere else, there'll be a dot of people like us. Spreading that love. And that's the only way we can win, is by spreading that love out from these individual dots. So eventually, those dots meet. That's the only way I can see it, really.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean. Each one.
There's Buzzacino there. Wow.
Each one teach one.
But you know, it's like I said, you're a dot up there.
You've got a good idea. Come on and share it. Think I'm talking to you? If the cap fits, wear it. Yeah?
Absolutely, 100%. If you want to be the change you want to see.
Exactly. I want to see some changes.
Yeah.
I want to see changes in you, Richard.
I
do. I would like to see changes in you. I can help you more than
help me what?
I've been at fucking death's door, mate.
And me.
I know what it is. Yeah. I've seen the eternal. You see?
Wow.
I fucking know it exists. You can't get rid of consciousness and conscience and love. It drifts on for fucking ever through the universe, the boundless universe that the fucking pricks said was all started from a fucking dot of fucking things, you know, And it was a big fucking bang of their bollocks. Fuck their bollocks. Yeah? Fucking
Rebecca is
genitalia.
me.
Fucking
Rebecca.
idiots.
Hello, Rebecca.
Fucking stupid
Uptight.
fucking men again, innit? Yeah?
So what will you change about me then, David?
I would change not being so not being so candid in your own personal thoughts about certain things going up certain orifices. You know, you didn't need to be as candid as that.
Oh, you're talking
It's
about
better if you keep those thoughts to yourself, because they can be misinterpreted and you could be called a homophobic or whatever, and you could be derided and all that lot, and you could be trolled and this, that, and the other, and you could have some nasty consequences. So really, things like that. I mean, there's certain things that disgust me about people, heterosexual people, and I will say that. I mean, you know, people dressing up in leather gear and all that lot. I mean, really, it doesn't do anything for me.
No.
And people
chaining. You're a vegan as well, so you
people chaining one another to the bed and shit like that. Never floated my boat at all. Another thing is fellatio. I've never gone for that. Every time a woman's wanted to do that to me, yeah, we know what we're talking about. Fellatio. We know exactly what it is, don't we?
Horatio Nelson.
Oh yeah, okay. These massive columns.
Yeah. I'm 58 years old, David. I've been around the block once.
Right. Well, what I'm saying to you is, every time a woman wanted to do that to me, because she wanted to do it to me, I let her to do it for a little while because she wanted to do it, because it was her freedom, and I thought, well, I'll let her do it. But I wasn't liking it one little bit. I felt it was demeaning to the woman, and it turned me off, and I shriveled up. E.g., another example is, if I'm hurting a woman, if she saw she's had too much sex, or she's not ready for sex, or she's not the right time in the month quite, she's not quite finished her cycle or something like that, she might be sore or something like that. I'm not going to continue on if she's wailing away, say, oh, it's hurting. I'm going to stop immediately and shrivel up to the size of a whelk, you know?
Yeah. You see,
I'm not gonna get a thrill out of hurting anyone.
Yeah.
No fucking way. I never wanted that.
Yeah.
I've never thought of. I've never looked at filthy videos like that or anything. I've looked at pornography, I must admit. I've been on my own for many years, different times. And I've looked at pornography because I got curious. And curiosity killed the cat. And once you look at one thing on the pornography job, you suddenly realise it's getting darker and darker and darker. So you stop, and then you're disgusted, and then you feel complete remorse and total guilt, and you feel fucking horrible for ages. And that's the truth.
Yeah.
It's not the way to go, folks.
Well, I've been celibate for.
Don't look at that shit. You can imagine good
12
shit.
years, mate. I don't
nice,
look at porn.
Sensual shit, eh?
I look at everybody like.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with having an imagination. There's nothing wrong with imagining a lovely woman coming.
Yeah, I've got an imagination. It's wild.
And wanting to have sex with you. There's nothing wrong with it. And there's nothing wrong with having a fantasy. And there's nothing wrong if you express that fantasy by self manipulation or whatever.
Yeah.
There's nothing at all wrong with it.
Well, this is the thing. We make rules up. We make up rules to justify our own desires.
Listen, your own desires and some of your own thoughts and stuff like that are genetic.
Well, they're not actually.
We have not come from a pure source
So how after
wait a second, let me make this
how
point.
after like 40 odd
Please let me make
years
this
did I
simple
suddenly
point.
become
I want to make this fucking point, otherwise you're
celibate?
going to just go. If you want, I'm not talking about celibacy. I'm talking about something completely different.
You're talking about sex, and I'm celibate. No, it doesn't. Sex
No,
doesn't
I'm not
interest me.
talking about that.
You have. You just spent 10 minutes
I'm
telling me
even
about
losing my thread now, and
getting blown off.
I'm going to begin to lose my temper in a minute. You won't like me when I'm angry. I'm just joking.
Yeah, it seems like you're always angry.
No,
you are.
Of course, I'm angry at the world.
Eh? You're angry. You throw your anger at other people or whoever it is there to listen to it.
Bullshit.
It's true.
Why don't you watch some of my fucking live streams and see whether I'm
I
getting
turn up actually when I turn up. If I'm doing a live stream, I generally like to give people notice that I'm going live at a specific time.
Yeah, well, I've been doing that recently. Yeah.
Well, you didn't do it tonight. You didn't do it yesterday. You know, that's just the way. That's just the way.
Do it tonight. I said 11:40.
Well, I didn't see any notification. I probably still ain't even got a notification for this one.
Well, it's not my bloody fault, is it? I did it.
No, it's not your fault. But
no.
If you said,
I'm not about telling any lies to anybody. I'm about truth and freedom. I'm not telling lies.
No, I still haven't got a notification of this live stream.
Pardon?
I still haven't got a notification. Oh, hold it.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, hold it. I might have. No, I haven't. You know, but an impromptu live stream, I wouldn't expect anybody to rock up straight away as soon as I went live. I wouldn't expect anybody to rock up, mainly because most people on YouTube are probably watching something else.
I was going to make a point, but we're losing.
Yeah.
We're losing focus, both of us. You're not understanding where I'm coming from, and I'm.
What was that, Phil? I respect your understanding and your stand on it. My stand on what? But it's not for me. Guess I'm just a freak.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me or somebody else?
No, somebody's made a comment amongst us.
The thing is, I was trying to make a pertinent comment specifically to you, who I've invited to my stream. So
comments.
Listen, so I can push the fucking envelope and get through this fucking stupid inane bollocks. Yeah? And it is stupid and inane bollocks that people think they can control every fucking thought they have. They cannot. Because genetically, we have been manipulated by rape, pillage, plunder, all the fucking tyrannies that have gone on in the past. And we're the survivors of all that fucking tyranny. Yeah? And some of that is latently left in our fucking genetics. And there's fuck all we can do about it. So if we have
stand
a
on
fucking dodgy thought and we are ashamed of our fucking selves to the marrow, right? That isn't us. That is our fucking evil ancestry. And we're all from that same evil ancestry. How many of us are related to the kings and queens and barons and perverts of fucking England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales and fucking America and everywhere else? Hey? How many of us are pure in spirit, totally in heart and all that lot? None of us! Fucking nobody, Richard! You can laugh, you can scoff, but it's fucking true.
I'm not scoffing, I'm just laughing.
Well, good. But recognize the fucking veracity of what I'm saying. Do you recognise what I've just stated?
No, I couldn't hear it.
Oh, right, that's convenient, isn't it? Only hear what you want to hear, isn't it?
Well, no, I can't hear you mumbling.
I wasn't just now, I was shouting.
Well, yeah, that comes out as rage.
What's wrong with raging against the machine, my dear?
Well, rage. People don't listen to people raging. You're trying to convince somebody of something. How many children respond? How many children respond to somebody shouting at them? How many people? How many children respond positively to somebody shouting at them?
This is an adult channel. If I want to shout at you, I fucking well will. If you don't like it, you know what you can do. You can leave.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. How many people listen and take seriously like a child is just going to breed resentment when somebody is forcing their view or opinion on somebody else by having to raise their voice and not doing it in a calm manner so that it can actually be understood.
It is not an opinion. It is a fucking cast iron fucking fact. Provable. We are not fucking perfect because we're not from perfect parentage. We're from all the evil that's gone before. We happen to survive. You can't legislate for the sexual instinct and the feeling you might have for a certain woman that may walk past you at some stage in your life.
Why are you saying me?
It's not that you're an inherently lustful, evil person. It's just...
Listen, why are you saying me? That you, meaning me.
Genetics, I'm saying me as
well. You talk for yourself. You have a different experience. You look at people differently.
You're included. You have got the same faults as everyone else.
Say that again.
You have got the same faults as everyone else genetically.
Well, genetically, yeah. But I have a choice.
Exactly. So you cannot control your sexual instincts.
But I have.
Whether you manipulate yourself or not is your own business. But if you've got a sexual instinct, right? It's a natural phenomenon, and it shouldn't be something that you should really be concerned about. Let it go by. You don't have to do anything about it. If you have a strange and dodgy thought, it's from our dodgy, very, very sick ancestry, right? So we've got inbuilt sickness within us, all of us. Yeah? But we've got to override that sickness.
How are we going to do that?
By fucking letting the thoughts go by.
Absolutely. It's called control. Not control your thoughts.
Certainly not acting on them. Say that again.
It's called control.
So you can control your thoughts, can you?
If I get a thought in my head, I can control it, yeah. I can shut up. If I get hold it. If I get a negative thought in my head, like if I get a negative thought in my head, I can shut it down straight away.
Exactly, but you still had the negative thought.
Yeah, but I controlled it.
Of course.
It's like having a dog. It's like having a dog barking and biting at me, and me being able to say shush. And the dog shuts up.
Don't control negative thoughts or negative emotions.
No, I just drive them out. I'm in control. Out. Get out. Please, just get out.
Physical disgust or otherwise, yeah?
Say that again?
Oh, never mind. Flogging a dead horse here.
Yeah. Can you not shut a negative thought down?
I'm knackered.
I told you I mastered my manic depression by control of the mind and control of the emotions. I mastered it.
When
I don't need.
When I was shouting just now, don't you think that was a bit manic? I think it was.
Yeah,
So
you lost control.
Trying to get my what?
You lost control.
I didn't totally lose control. No, I was still saying what I wanted to say, but I wanted to say it in such a forceful manner that it got through to the thicknessing agent. That seems
Well,
to
it ain't going to work with me because I've already told you I don't listen to people that are shouting.
Listen. Oh, never mind.
I don't know anybody that really does, to be honest. Without having, and if those that do are
listen to David Yates' channel a bit more often. He shouts like fuck, and I love him for it.
Occasionally, yeah. But he has a rational way about him. He uses the F-bomb a lot. But he has a rational way. Occasionally he blows up.
What you need to do is listen to this fucking stream again and analyse what
No, I can't be honest with that. I've been in it. I'm not going to listen to it again.
Not hearing me right at this moment. Because you're not in the fucking moment.
Communication breakdown. Hey? Control your actions. Yeah, control your action. Control your mind.
There's nothing wrong with my mind.
No, I'm not talking to you. I was talking to somebody in the chat.
Oh, that's nice. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody else in the chat. Oh, dear. I'm not talking to you. You're not talking to me. We're not seeing reality at all. Oh, no. Yeah. I'll sing a song now. I'll give you a song. I'll give you a song. You'll fucking hate this bastard. You ready? You had to play. You had to fuck me off, didn't you? You had to piss on my grave by getting that fucking shitty instrument out. Let me play
I'll put it down. I'll put it down.
Wake some fucking people up.
I'll put it down. I'll get my electric triangle out.
What is fucking wrong with my brain? Why am I going insane? Who gives a shit about me? I'll do it for now.
Yeah. Brushy.
Could have done more.
Brushy one straight.
I don't want to wake people up and get in trouble.
It's 5:15 a.m. here.
I know.
Chicken in the car, going down.
Oh my.
Yeah. Extract the gold. No, extract the gold from the shit. That's one of yours, too. Something like that.
Right.
Extract the gold from every situation.
Here we go. Here's an old song for you. Here's a jolly little song from up there in the hills where them good old boys had their own stills, and they had these underground suppositories that filled up with waste from the lavatories that needed to be emptied from time to time, or they start to overflow with noxious slime. So, we'll have a party. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be pretty sound. It'd bring folk in from miles around. And this is how they get out there. Invite to a cesspit party on a Saturday night. Come on, y'all. Cesspit party time. Yeah, we're digging on down to the cesspit boogie. Digging on down tonight. Digging on down to the cesspit boogie, digging and flinging it right. There'll be loads of fun for everyone. Lots of booze for. Sorry. There'll be, I forgot it. Never mind. Anyway. Yeah,
Cool.
so.
Right. So.
Make your way down to my old hovel. Don't forget to bring your shovel. We'll be taking it here and flinging it back. Chest infection. Sorry about that. Antibiotics. Never mind. Cesspit party time. Come on, y'all. Yeah. Things are made of strangeness, squawkiness, and charms. Elements and particles can sometimes do us harm. In the ways of nuclear physics, they're messing around with life. They find the answer to our troubles and our strife. We've got a proton coming from a neutron. What's the rest of it? I can't remember. Never mind. Anyway, it ends at the end with, oh, where's the world gone? Yeah. Good one. Never mind that. Waiting at the bus stop, waiting at the store. I'm always waiting somewhere. It's becoming such a bore. Remember poor old Terry? Poor old Terry wait. Didn't they make him wait and wait and wait? The bastards. Didn't they make old Terry wait? Yeah, waiting for the letter, waiting for the time, waiting for eternity is becoming so sublime. Yeah. Well, it's been an experience.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, we ain't enemies, are we?
No, of course not, Richard.
You know,
I'm not your enemy at all.
thrashing out a few things. You got a good heart. I got a good heart.
Of course.
You want the best for everybody. So do I.
I wouldn't contradict you on that at all.
All I
said is that seemed to offend you was the fact that you can't see into the future and you don't know if your feelings could change.
I don't know what.
You don't
My feelings could change.
Your feelings may change.
Well, no, they won't, because I won't let them. If they decide they want to change, I'll control it, and I'll say, listen, I got one role on this earth, and that's to help people, not to help myself.
Yeah, but oh, never mind. It doesn't really
It's
matter.
the way I am, mate. And I've been like it all my life. It's only now.
Really, but some people say that, you know, to suppress.
I've been like it all my life, David. I've been like it all my life. I've always been an empath, even when I was a child.
Yeah, but self-suppression, you know, like suppressing everything is not necessarily.
Well, I'm not suppressing anything. It's my natural way.
Okay.
I'm not suppressing anything intentionally. It's my natural way.
I'm just saying to you that is it okay if I express something if I so wish, you know, in the comfort of my own, you know, bedroom?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, of course it is.
On my own, without anyone.
Absolutely, yeah. But what you do and what I do are totally separate.
And I can dream.
And I'm not pushing. I wouldn't say to you. I wouldn't say to you, David, because I'm celibate. That means you've got to be celibate.
I can dream of my ex-girlfriend, and you know, I wish I did.
You know, that's your business. Who am I to judge? I am a sinner. I still am a sinner, even though I'm trying really hard.
It doesn't do me any harm, or her, or anyone. It doesn't harm me at all. In fact, I feel better for it after I've done it. You know. There's absolutely nothing wrong with sex. You've not got to be afraid of it. Nothing wrong with it. And sex was
Who are
one
you
of the
talking to? You're talking to me. You're trying to
No,
educate me in about not being afraid of sex.
No, I don't think anyone should be afraid of sex.
No, I'm not afraid of sex.
No, I know, but they shouldn't be afraid of their own feelings either. You know, if you got a hard in the morning or something.
Well, it depends what the feelings is. If it's a feeling of fear, I would be afraid of that.
Guessing. It might be your body trying to tell you something. You could relieve some stress. You might do good. No.
What, me?
Yeah, why not?
What stress have I got? You tell me.
You look stressed. Might help your manic depression.
I'm not depressed. I control my depression.
Oh,
I told you I'm in total control.
I thought you said you've been manic depressive for years.
I'm manic depressive. I am diagnosed manic depressive, and you don't lose being manic depressive.
Right, okay.
The thing is, don't get too excited, don't get too manic, and then the fall to the depression ain't so severe. Maintain an equilibrium.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. It's just a development of control, of monitoring my own highs and lows.
Yeah. Well, when I'm, for instance, if I was to fantasize, which I won't do this morning, I'm too knackered for that. But if I was to fantasize in the, I don't know, perhaps once a month or once every 3 months. It's more like once every 6 months nowadays, my age. But if I do want to check the equipment's all in order, should I meet a female at some stage, then you know, I'm perfectly at liberty to do so, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not harming myself or anyone else.
Good on you.
Just an experience. Well, thank
you.
Good
on you, yeah.
That's just my way of doing things.
Yeah.
You know, if I need to feel that comfort, you know what I mean? I know it's illusory, there's nobody there, but you can imagine, can't you? There's nothing wrong with imagination.
It's a weird one for me to discuss, really, just because you won't understand. Honestly, you won't understand. You won't understand my. You won't understand my perspective. I try to explain it, and you seem to.
I might understand.
You seem to think. You seem to think that.
No, I don't have to understand.
I'm
not obliged to understand, but I may understand if you explained it, but you may not want to elaborate again.
Well, I've tried to explain it. You haven't even grasped the fundamentals of it.
Well, go on. Let's tell me what they were.
Tell you what the fundamentals of it are. In regard to specifically having sex with women.
No.
Fundamentally, let me tell you this. Fundamentally,
having sex with women. I was talking about having sex with yourself, should you wish to.
Well, I don't wish to.
Ah. Okay.
It's just not. It's not. So, you see, for a long time, I've always assimilated sex with abuse. Now, I haven't been sexually abused in my life. I haven't.
Well, I have.
Yeah, I know that. But I haven't. But I know people that have.
I don't think.
I've been very close to people that have. Let me finish. Let me finish. No, I'm still explaining. I know I assimilate having sex with people as abuse.
That's strange.
And I have done for a very, very, very long time. A very, very, very long time.
Sounds a bit distorted.
But it's not something I dwell on. No, you know, talking about sex, I don't do it.
It's distorted, though. Your perception, you know. But never mind.
I was sat on they call it the Market Cross in town one day, and it's like a war. It's well, I'll call it a war memorial, but I call it a fallen soldiers memorial. Okay, in Taunton on a mini roundabout. Yeah. It's a big Celtic cross with all these names on it, and I was sat on there one day with this little book. They got like a seat around it, and it's right on this roundabout in the middle of Taunton. And I'm sat. This is in the lockdown, and I'm sat on it with my book, and I'm reading through, and I'm reading, directing it at the people that are giving their lives over bullshit war. So anyway, this copper pulled up, him and his copper and his mate on the roundabout. No blue light, just stuck on the roundabout. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm sitting here." "What? No, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm just sitting here." And I said, "Well, I'm reading a few prayers." He said, "That's not normal." No, first thing he said was, "Are you all right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm all right." He said, "What are you doing?" "I'm sat here." "Well, yeah, what are you doing?"
Reading a few prayers.
He said to me, "Well, that's not normal." I got up and I walked towards him. He said, "No, don't come any closer. I'll catch the old thing, the old CV." And he sat in there. He sat in the car with his mate, no mask. Yeah. But he said, "No." So anyway, I walked back. I said, "Well, that's not your normal, but for me, because I do it a lot, it's normal for me to go down and just give a bit of my energy in remembrance of people that have gone and given their lives
for the banksters, yeah.
Well, it's not. They didn't go there thinking that's what they were doing. They were going there to think they were hoping to bring peace.
They went there thinking they were fighting for.
So my normal,
heroes. Yeah,
absolutely, my normal. Just because my normal wasn't his normal didn't mean to say it wasn't normal. It's just that he was such a.
Exactly. It's just to say that my normal isn't normal to me. If
absolutely.
Your normal is to you. So I'm not saying you're abnormal, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody's got a different. Everybody's journey through life.
Carry on being you, Richard. I'm not trying.
It's different. I'm not going to. I can't change.
I mean, I'm not trying to change you fundamentally.
Well, I can change. I can get better.
No,
really.
But if I did
in the eyes of God.
If I changed any of your, I don't know, perceptions of things or whatever, change the way you look at certain things.
You and me want to defend children.
It's positive, but I wouldn't want to change them in a negative direction. I wasn't trying to say, look, I wasn't being crude or anything. I was just saying natural things can happen to certain people, like you naturally wanted to pray for the fallen in the grotesque.
Well, I just want to remember them.
War machine. Yeah.
I want to remember them, and I want, if it's possible, that by me reading something out loud as well, not just thinking it, I'm reading it. I'm just hopeful that in the fullness of time, that message will get to them. That they will be remembered. To live in the thoughts and hearts of those we leave behind is not to die. We're keeping the memory alive just by remembering. We're keeping them alive in memory because of that energy that they are still. It's just a weird mindset I got into. Just
nothing wrong with it.
Probably just by chance, by being guided to understanding the energy of even a thought generates an energy. and that energy will
I
never
do the
change.
exact same thing. I do the exact same thing. If I walk past the cenotaph sometime, you know, not the cenotaph, but a small community memorial thing. You know, I'm in a village. I look at the memorial thing, and I'm reading the names, and I'm thinking, I'm sort of wondering. I wonder what, you know, Frederick Fisher was like, or Eddie Jordan, or
Eddie Jordan.
Yeah, or Francis Thomas, I don't know, Scott. You know.
Do you remember I said
Captain Francis Thomas Scott foot fell at the Battle of Alamein or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
You sort of kind of like makes you feel kind of like, wow. Just wonder.
It's part of our story.
What her dreams were and all that lot. And, you know.
You know, I said I come across that little old church when I went at the race course. Now, before I actually, because I was more interested in the building, old dilapidated building, but I'm into old buildings. So anyway, I
Well, you would
photographed.
be if you're a stonemason,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I spent about 20 minutes with with a service grave. There was a service grave there, and the guy's name, I actually wrote it down. I was Anthony somebody, but he was 18, and I spent 20 minutes. That was an 18-year-old boy, just beginning life, really.
Oh, exactly.
And
it's like
it puts life into a lot of perspective.
It's like I was talking to a friend and she was telling her first sergeant was 14 when he enlisted for Korea.
Wow, 14.
Yeah. So there you go. Korea was an absolute horror story. Obviously, yeah, they all are. It's horrendous. Of course, Vietnam. I mean, they were already smashing the shit out of Vietnam before they were all even officially at war with them. So, you know.
I mean, if nothing explains the evil that runs the world than sitting at the feet of an 18-year-old's grave or a 16-year-old's grave, all those lists of all those people.
No.
On those I don't like war memorial. I don't like that word, war and memorial. Just the to those tablets of memory of the people.
In memoriam is better, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to remember the war as such.
Absolutely not. No.
But remember the people who were coerced into
absolutely,
fighting for these power structures and stuff like that.
And one thing about war, if you look at the number of people that, just even from my little town here, I'm not from Taunton, I'm from Bristol, but I've sort of adopted Taunton. But you look at the amount of names of the guys. I think there's 4 women on that huge tablet. Look at the number of names on it. Those are men that were taken out and killed. And that will deplete this area of, I don't know, I'll be guessing how many names, 200, 300 people, men taken out, just taken out of society, depleting communities of honorability, those that are willing to give their lives in the pursuit of peace. They've taken them and got them murdered abroad, you know. So there's something to that, taking these fit, strong, those that think they're doing a righteous thing by pursuing peace, they're taking them away.
Those who, sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you then, you cracked up a bit. Those who are what?
Those that are taken out of circulation, really, murdered abroad.
Yeah.
They're actually taken away from the communities, the country.
Yeah, I've got that bit. Yeah.
So we're having a home defense issue. And when I'm talking about home defense, I'm not talking about invasion from another entity. I'm talking about invasion from your own government.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at these people, you know, the families, those that got families, those that got wives and children, they fuck off abroad. You know, you've got to think, if only they knew the truth and what they've had to, not just them, what their families have to endure. You know, it's probably worse for the wife and the child and the children, knowing that daddy might not be home. You know, that's a constant thing, isn't it? It's got to be. Whereas the soldier, you know, knows that he's in the mess up, having a cup of tea, when the wife could be thinking, oh, I wonder if he's been in a gunfight, not knowing, you know. It's a part of a psychological battle. The system is deep. Everything is so deeply evil. But I think taking away parents, murdering all those daddies and mummies during the war, creating all those orphans, fodder for the you know, those that like orphans, let's say. The whole system is hell bent, really. And like I say, something soon, it's going to be soon, something one day will wake the people of the world up, and wake the people of this country up, and they think, you know, wow. And when I'm at these memorials, this is what I'm hoping for. Okay, it's about energy, because once you get to the other side, surely you must know the reality of, I went and gave my life, and now I know the truth, but there's nothing I can do about it because I'm on the other side, waiting. You know, but if that energy could be drawn back to here, so the truth, the actual factual truth of war, for example, can be spread among the masses in an energy wave. But we're fighting against hatred. Hatred is a predominant energy on Earth. Hatred. Greed is a form of hatred. Anything like that is a form of hatred, negativity. And hatred, lack of love, no love, not love, hatred. It's a battle. It's a love-hate battle. Love has to win. The only way love can win is by showing love, unconditional. That's what the Bible teaches.
That's what I'm saying, unconditional love. It's not
absolutely, and that's what the Bible teaches: unconditional love. Love your enemies.
No, but it's not,
you know, and see if you can turn their hearts around.
No, the Bible isn't truly unconditional love, because it's conditional upon you believing in the nailed-up Saviour.
Well, there is that twisty element in it.
Otherwise,
but, how do you learn how to have unconditional love if you unless you listen to somebody who's been nailed to a cross and who forgave them because they didn't know what they were doing? So, anyway, right, it's 5:40, David.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm beginning to fall asleep. But it was nice listening to you.
Yeah, well,
it's nice communicating, even if we got a bit angry at one point because I thought you weren't following me. I wasn't trying to turn you into a wanker or anything. You know what I mean? To use a word.
No, it's just a really weird thing.
Word I don't like. I wasn't trying to do that. And I wasn't trying to tell you that
I'm
a total wanker either, because I'm not. But if I want to do it,
it's just a really weird thing.
6 months, I'm entitled to, and there's nothing wrong with it. And it shouldn't be disparaged.
Oh, absolutely. You all got free will.
It shouldn't be disparaged. You know,
just
to be free to do what the hell they want. within their own bedrooms. And if they've got some consenting person to do things with them as well, be it male or female, then that's fine, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
It's none of my business.
well, there you go.
None of my
Don't
business.
worry about the mechanics, and don't. You know, that's what I'd like you to remember from tonight, Richard, is not to go into graphic details of the mechanics, because that does make people rather cringe and think, you know.
Yeah. Well, if somebody asks me what I
It can
think
be
of it, I'll tell them.
construed.
That's what I
It
tell
can
them.
be construed in a pretty dark light, you know. So I wouldn't go there. So you know, certain
Oh
thoughts.
well, I do it.
Certain
If somebody
thoughts
asks my
you
opinion,
should
I
edit.
don't. I don't
No,
go out. I wouldn't go out in
Richard,
the
all I'm
streets.
saying is certain thoughts you should edit out.
I
And
wouldn't go
say,
out in the streets with a banner saying
think
anything
before you
against
say
it.
them. You know,
But if somebody
sometimes
said to
I
me, "What
say
do you
things
think of
that
this?" I'll tell
I
them.
regret.
Turns my
Sorry?
stomach.
Sorry, say that again.
I said I wouldn't force. I wouldn't even breach the subject unless somebody asked me, and I would tell them. And quite simply, I'd just say, "Well, just the mere thought churns my stomach."
Well, that's fair enough, but you don't have to go
You
any
know.
further into graphic detail. That's the
Um,
trouble. I
to
mean, you
explain
know,
it, yeah, I will. Not to you. I
I'm
won't bother with you, but
you
I
know,
will anybody I meet
I'm
in the
supposed to
street.
be. Listen, I'm
Depends how.
supposed to be.
Depends how.
Richard, I'll tell you what I'm thinking of doing. Right, I'm thinking of closing the stream,
Yeah.
and then when it gets, because I don't think you have immediate. I can't scrap it immediately, can I? There's no way of me scrapping it immediately.
I
But
don't
if I
mind,
want,
mate. Honestly.
no, listen, if I want to delete it tomorrow, I might do because.
Well, it stays up on
Well,
my channel, I
I
think.
wasn't totally enamoured with my own performance. I can do much better than that. And I am very tired today, and I have got a chest infection. And I did think I went a bit over the top, which I shouldn't have done because I thought you weren't listening when perhaps you were trying to listen, but perhaps I was. I don't know, but I think we lost it a bit, and I think people could well be kind of like I don't know, a little disenchanted with some of the performances.
Disenchanted.
Both you and me, yeah.
Well, I just tell it as it is, really.
Yeah, no,
Buzz
but
Chino, that's
sometimes it's better just to sort of leave the actual graphicness and stuff. You know, I try not to swear. I mean, I admire. I swore tonight a couple of times and got angry, but never mind. I shouldn't have done that. But I rarely swear on my live streams. Rarely swear on my videos. Occasionally, I do. I do a massive rant of swearing every 2 seconds. But David Yates, for example, I mean, he says the C word, which I never use. You know,
I've used it.
I don't like it at all, and
No.
I don't like when he says the phrase. He calls it a C shot. You know what I mean? Look at that C shot. You know what I mean? And I think that's just horrible. It just turns my stomach.
Oh,
I bet you're like me in that. I bet you're like me in that respect, aren't you?
no, I'm in contact with David, and
Well, that's good. Yeah.
he's
Well, I'm in contact with him when I can be in contact with him.
He's unique, David.
He's got my email. He can email me.
Yeah.
And if his email's not working, he can get another email and he'll email me on that.
No, it's his way of expressing what he's feeling. And I'm, despite the fact.
Yeah, but I don't like
that,
hearing it. I still don't like hearing it. I wish you could go.
No.
Because
Well, I think anything that.
Personally, no, this is a point I meant to bring up with David. I shouldn't mean to bring it up with you. But it's a point I mean to bring up with David when I finally get to meet him in person. That's what I'm hoping for. Because I've written him comments on his videos, and if he'll look at them, he'll be able to find out where I am, exactly where I am, and then he can ring the hospital. I've given him enough clues to tell him exactly where I am. He can ring the hospital, yeah, and then he can get all my details. Yeah, and get my phone number, and so he can ring me up. We can talk strategy, because we need to get our brains together on this, because otherwise we're totally screwed, the whole lot of us. Yeah, we are, Richard.
Well, I think the best we can do is to get out on the
fucking
streets.
operations that are going on now ever perpetrated.
The Great Reset, you will own nothing, you'll be happy. If you say that to people, it's about the best thing you've got.
They don't believe you. They don't believe
Eh?
I don't think it was going to work anyway. I think part of that is a fucking frightener anyway, and a fear campaign, and it's a panic. It's a panic mechanism as well.
Well, if you, how many people a day or a week? How many people a week do you chat with out in the streets?
Wait a minute. They may bring it out in the CBDB, central bank bollocks. Right, they may bring that in. Possibly, it may happen. I hope it doesn't, obviously, because it'll destroy a lot of culture. Car boots, garage sales, everything else.
That's what they want.
Little learners and all that, nice little learners and stuff like that. It'll destroy a lot of culture. Fairs, village fetes, and carnivals and all that lot. It'll destroy.
That's what they want.
But that's what, of course, they do. I know that, of course. For the planet. But so I'd hope that doesn't happen, but they could do that. But if you're going to go that far, I think people will start to wake up a bit and then think, well, what's going to happen next? So that could be the wake up one that you were on about before, where people might finally wake up.
This is what I say to people. Even those that have had the old thing, the old...
yeah, they should stand up as well against what's going on.
Yeah, I got friends that have had it, and I just look at them and go, okay. However, this is my thing. This is what I say.
You can't say to them, because it's cruel to say to them, I told you so, and shit like that.
No, I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't say I said I told them so.
I know you didn't say that, but I'm just saying it.
It's the look of disappointment.
I'm agreeing with
However,
you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm not criticizing you. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
I'm saying it's not okay to say we told you so and all that lot.
Yeah, that's the last one I say.
I told you so. Not
that's the last one I say
to somebody.
That's the last one I say. I want to build bridges. I don't want to create a negativity. So this is what I say. Right. A viewer of the Great Reset. No. Right. This is what their mantra is. You'll own nothing, you'll be happy. Oh, okay. A viewer of CBDC, central bank digital currency. Some of them say yes, some of them say no, and I'll explain what it is. I'll do Revelation 13, 16, and 17. I won't repeat it here because it's from the Bible. But I say, how are you gonna buy and sell when the digital currency comes in, and they ask you to have a microchip? Oh, I ain't having a microchip. I said, well, you had that. Yeah, but I'm not having a microchip. Everybody, there's nobody has said, oh, yeah, I'm having a microchip. No, everybody I've spoken with, and I speak to a lot of people, have said, I ain't having a microchip. So I say, right, I wrote a few things down. Fourth Industrial Revolution, Great Reset, you'll own nothing, you'll be happy. Revelation 13, 16, 17, and my phone number. And I say, right, the day when you can't buy or sell unless you have the microchip, because of central bank digital currency, phone me up. And I say, I do this with a lot of people. This is what I say to them. I do this with a lot of people. Every single person that is receptive, which is, I don't know, 8 people out of 10. I give them my phone number and I say, right, I do this with everybody I meet. I'm not the only one doing this around here. There's a lot of us doing this. And when the shit hits the fan, phone me up. When you say, right, I don't know what to do, phone me up. I've had a few people phone me up to tell me a little bit more. But when, this is what I said years ago, 11 years ago, something's going to happen that's going to wake the world, wake the country up. And it's going to be when the implementation of the central bank digital currency, and they move it on to that point where it's going to be impossible for you to survive unless you have that chip. And that might be in 2030, that might be 2025, might be 2024, might be by the end of this year. But at some point, like they got in China, you're gonna need that biological implant, like your fourth industrial revolution. And if I'm still alive at that point, I'll be expecting this to be ringing like Bow Bells, like Big Ben. And I know, just because so many people are adamant that they don't want their body infiltrated, even though they've let their body be infiltrated.
Yeah.
But they didn't know about it because they trusted the government and they trusted the BBC. And they trusted the science, the schmience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there is something that's going to wake people up, and it's going to be that. And that is the time God's going to step in and say, right, you've got the children. It's only like 6 days, and we haven't had long. 1,000 years is a day, and a day is 1,000 years. So it ain't really that long to let the world pan itself out. I know there's a lot of pain. People have gone through a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, a lot of sacrifices, etc. Got to ask, if there is a God, why? Why? Is it true that eternity can be beautiful if we just say, But anyway, that's the thing that's going to wake people up, is that fourth industrial revolution. The amalgamation of the body and technology.
So what are you going to say to them when the telephone rings?
We'll meet up.
Hmm?
Let's meet up.
Exactly. Let's get it rolling.
And this is the time. You said, what did you say earlier on? You said, no, you say again? You said something earlier on that was exactly what I'm hoping, and it was like occupy.
Yeah.
How are we going to occupy? It's coming together. When are we going to come together?
When people finally see. Yeah.
It will happen. It has to happen. If it doesn't happen, we're all fucked.
Yeah, exactly.
Humanity is fucked.
Mm.
When people come together and they've got all these little pinpoints, hopefully me, there was something called a stand in the park. Did you hear of that?
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Back in, well, it was something, I think it was started by an Australian bloke, but it was called a stand in the park, and it was people just meeting up in the park. Yeah. And I went to 2 here, and I made some contacts. But at that time, they were against, and this was before it was even released about the old medication back in 2020. So it's people defying the lockdown, meeting up in the park. It was a worldwide thing. And forming contacts, forming little networks.
Yeah.
And again, it's part of this. It's part of this. This sort of community networking.
See, another thing is, what about if they turn their phones off? They shut the internet down and turn the power off and shit like that. Quite capable of doing all that shit.
Love will find a way.
Yeah, it's got to.
All I've got to do is walk into town.
You got to sort them out.
People will. Good news will travel, mate. Honestly.
Yeah. Well,
and bad news. When people, I'm quite recognisable because I got a nose that's missed.
I mean, they're calling it the fourth industrial, the third, what was it? The second industrial revolution, or whatever. It's not an industrial revolution, is it?
Well, the first one was coal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not an industrial revolution.
Well, that was when industry.
Proper industry. It's not proper industry. What we need
What,
to
the
do,
fourth?
we need to go to an agrarian revolution where we're closer to the land and we can relax the planning laws and everyone can build a house where the hell they like without the government shoving us on top of each other in little chicken coops, you know.
Yeah.
And all that
People
shit.
People need a fundamental set of rules, and probably you've got your common law.
Need direct action. These
common law.
set of rules that are already there.
We got common law.
No, you were talking about the village elders, weren't you? Right?
Yeah.
You're one. You're one in a way, and I suppose I'm one in another way. Right?
Yeah.
But there's loads of us, like you say, these pinpoints or whatever.
That's it.
Yeah, and there's actually thousands of us.
Oh, yeah. There's millions.
We're not stupid. There's probably millions of people there. We can.
Yeah, over the world.
So when it all comes crashing down, shit hits the fan. Then, you know, when the tough get going, the tough get going, or some shit like that, whatever it was. What is it? When the what?
When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got to be fucking tough and fucking take them on.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is the thing. I think one of the important factors is to form relationships, which is what I do, with the police. I'm not shy of saying hello to the police. I always ask them. I haven't heard one yet say yes when I said, have you heard of the Great Reset? So I give them a little card.
Yeah. So they're appraised of the fact that they're going to be history as well if they let this happen.
Absolutely.
They'll just bring in the UN troops.
Absolutely. None of them have heard of it.
Totally screwed by the blue hats.
You know, and even the UN troops, do they know what they're doing? Do they really know what they're doing? Forgive them for they know what they're doing. And this is where
they realise how much they're being used as well.
100%. This is where
who pays the piper calls the tune job again, isn't it?
Ah, absolutely. That's the way it is. However, they haven't met you yet. They haven't met me yet.
Exactly.
Honestly, I'm telling you, the way it is, really. It's the way it is. When you meet somebody,
I did a song a couple of years ago, and one of the lyrics in it will print our own fucking money, yay! You know what I mean? In other words, fuck their fucking digital shit and all that bollocks.
Yeah.
We'll print our own fucking cash.
Absolutely, yeah.
Value with you know, we'll put the value on it that
there are 2 millions
into the effort of the fucking work we've made, you know?
Yeah. Buzz just made a comment.
We'll take back everything that they've stolen off us.
Well, this is the thing. What's a fundamental currency?
We'll share it all out.
What's a fundamental currency?
And we'll re-educate. You have to re-educate.
What's a fundamental currency? What's a fundamental currency? I'll tell you what it is. Time, our time and our energy.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Nothing more.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is that we need a foundational point with which to go back. So it's like regression, really, back to a time like Luddites. Like, remember the Luddites?
Well, yeah.
Or you've heard of the Luddites? I don't remember them, but the Luddites, pre-industrial revolution, wasn't it?
Smash up the machines and all that lot, yeah. Because they were doing them out of a job and all that lot. I mean, for a fact. Have you noticed every innovation in the industry and all that lot has put people out of jobs? Nearly
absolutely. That's what the Luddites were all about.
That's what
and the woman industry.
So that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
And they've done it all the time, and they've always said this bullshit about, you know, do you remember nuclear power was the one? Oh, you know, it'd be too cheap to meet, and everyone could have it free, and all this fucking bullshit.
See, the thing about the Industrial Revolution is what it actually did was it gave one person the control over a lot of people. in factories, for example. So you've got
Absolutely,
one factory owner employing a lot of people just because they had that machinery. Whereas you've got your cottage industries, you know.
Yeah.
Buzzachino is making some fantastic comments here. Fear has two meanings. Forget everything and run, which ain't really fear, is it? That's which ain't really.
Where's he gone? Where's he
Oh
gone?
yeah.
Here we
Or
are. Yeah.
face everything and rise. The choice is yours. And you know, in the face of adversity, you've got two options.
Who am I looking for? Who am I looking for?
Buzzachino is called.
Can't find him.
Right at the end. Honestly, yeah.
It's not loading the comments properly. I don't know why.
But you know, this is the thing. If you get somebody at your door with a gun pointing at your head, just look them in the eyes. Look them in the eyes.
Backwards. It's doing my fucking head in this shit.
You know, there's no option really. And then just say, listen, if you look at somebody with love, that's looking at you with hate, and you ain't got no fear because all you want to do is share them the love and let them experience love.
Yeah.
You can melt hearts, honestly.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, it's Rebecca. Whoa.
Wow, you're way
I
behind on
wonder
the
where
chat.
Mark Steele has gone. I don't know, but he's a good man. Very good man. Was he on here just now, Mark Steele?
No, I don't think so.
Could have been. It'd be nice to see him, wouldn't it? Oh, here we go. Buzzachino. I will hide my heart to confuse and distraction. I will not be ignorant and dwell in inaction. That's a bang on one. I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Spot on, old bean. Whoever you are, you're a wonderful guy. I'm definitely going to get my vote of confidence on that one. I will live, laugh, and love in the face of mortality. I will not let evil change my morality. Absolutely spot on. And when my time comes and I lay down to rest, I will have less regrets and know I did my best. This is good stuff. Where did you get all that stuff from? Was it your own work or what?
I think he does actually a lot of his own poetry. So
well, that's pretty cool. I do my own stuff as well, poetry and stuff. Yeah. That's really nice stuff. That I love.
Yeah,
them.
some really
really well done there.
Deep and wise and well.
Yeah, it's very
well constructed. Good, fantastic use of words.
Spot on. Scans perfectly. Wonderful stuff, mate. Honestly, you should step up. Really step up. I'd like to talk to the guy. Sounds fascinating. He's welcome on my stream anytime. You all are. I don't care what religion you are or anything.
Now I
don't happen to swallow everything, you know.
Well, I'm not religious,
I've got
mate.
loads of Christian friends that respect me for just being, you know.
Be who you are. Be.
We can't all be the same. It'd be bloody boring if we were.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
You know.
I mean, we've all got different fingerprints, apparently. So, you know. You know.
I'm Malibu Sky, love.
But there's only one love. Really. It's acceptable. But all these things, they must come to pass just so the world can see how evil is and what evil is.
I respect your understanding and your stand on it, Richard, but it's not for me. Guess I'm just a freak. Yeah, I'm a bit of a freak as well.
I'm not really sure. I think that was my views on sex. It's not my views on it. It's not my views.
Richard, let's not go over the.
I was just saying the way I am. I can't help it. I don't want to be anywhere else anyway.
Let's not spoil it by.
I can't help it. You brought it up again. I forgot about that.
YouTube.
It's just the way it is, and I'm content with that. I don't want it changing.
Yeah, you're saying your stand on sex.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with amongst predators. Yeah.
But
personally, but you know, you're allowed to be who you are, mate. Don't worry.
Absolutely, and I am.
As
My
long
head
as
is
you are
filled with God.
happy, I am happy, brother. There you go.
My head is filled with God, and the last thing
Exactly.
I
You
want
can
is a
have it.
relationship, mate, because I fall
But
in love with women.
all she or he is saying
I've
gets
got
you.
an ex-wife.
She begs to differ. No, all she or he is saying, that person there, the predator guy, amongst predators, is saying that she begs to differ on that, or he begs to differ. That's all. You know, here we
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
There we go. This looks like a good one. Let's have a listen. An
I've
argument
got
is pointless. Let me read this. An argument is pointless. It's just two points of view. A conversation creates one more that both can hold on to. That is spot on. In other words, you've moved the paradigm. You've shifted the pattern of left, right, left, right. And
yeah.
you've come to a consensus and you've come to a synthesis. Yeah? That's what I'm trying to achieve with you, Rich, tonight. And I think we've made it. But we'll have to just agree to disagree on a couple of things. But apart from that, everything's fine. Spot on. Okay.
Yeah.
Like me and David Yates. I don't like him using the C word. I don't like him saying, look at that C shot in the sky up there, you know. You know what the C stands for, you know.
Yeah.
You know,
Cheers.
it's not, and they'll say the word jizz. Look at that jizz shot. Well, I'm thinking of people jizzing off, and it's making me feel a bit sick. I might be eating a drink while I'm watching it or something. You know what I mean? I don't want them images in my mind.
Yeah, it's a way.
You know what I mean? No, but I think it can alienate people.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
There's
It restricts the
nicer way of
audience.
saying shit. There's nicer way of saying shit, and the English language is a wonderful language. So why, keep using the same expletives or terms over and over?
Yeah.
It's sort of like, I don't know, oh, here we go again. And I think a lot of people would switch off at that. And after he said that he might come up with something absolutely brilliant, which he often does. But I wish he wouldn't do it because I need a word with him in person on this one, because I think it's alienating people, and I think it's stopping them. It could be holding David's message back and the message in general, really. Because imagine if Dame Wigington started shouting, "Oh, look at that C shot up there, and these C's over there, and they're a bunch of this, that, and the other," and ranting and raving. You know what I mean?
Well, the way I see it is,
he'd lose a lot of credibility, wouldn't he? He'd lose a lot of funding, and lose a lot of.
He's giving out factual information that again can be taken out and used. So for me, he's a source, really, and everybody presents the information he's giving in their own way.
Yeah, I agree. But it's not just his information. I get information from all kinds of sources. I read David Icke's books, which is pretty monstrous. Incredible. It's not monstrous, but it's wonderful sources of information about all kinds of things, including the great religions of the world. Yeah, it's fabulous stuff, and he's a really, really fantastic guy. I'd love to meet David Icke, perhaps more than anyone else on the planet, to be honest. Regardless of anyone,
Just because one thing he says is true doesn't mean that everything he says is true.
I didn't say that.
So anyway,
but I'd still like to meet him, perhaps more than anyone.
Yeah, I'd love to meet David Icke. Yeah.
I don't think that the shape shifting aliens business and all that. I think he did that on purpose as a red herring.
Well,
yeah. No, I think he did that. He did a very shrewd move on that, because he did that as a red herring so that everyone would think he's a nutter on purpose to get a bit of attention. And then when he wrote a book, people would buy it just for the hell of seen what Crazy Ike was on about in the book. And once they found out what he's kind of nice agenda was behind it, was exposing the evil agendas. Do you know what I mean? He had a secret kind of, he did a curveball with that sort of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's what he did with that. He probably never admit it, I don't know. But I can't imagine Teddy's eyes going totally black and him turning into a lizard or something, you know, not really.
No.
I can imagine worse things than that Teddy's got up to, that ignorant piece of shit who got away with it, like they all did, like that horrible Chancellor's Exchequer guy that did the same shit, and all the other bastards.
Right.
Absolute scumbags, you know. Anyway, never mind.
Right, it's 6:10, 6:12. David, I'm gonna call it a day. I've got to go out in less than 2 hours. So,
yeah, communication breakdown's a good one. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, you do get that, don't you?
yeah, well, you got to smash a lot of eggs, mate, to make an omelette.
Yeah, control your actions or action your control. How about that then?
Control your actions.
Or action your control.
Yeah. But thought control is, you know, it's a thing. If you don't want something in your head, mate, you can just shut it down, not dwell on it.
No, you need, never mind the things in your head buzzing around. Look, direct action is what we need, and we need to do it.
We need to do it with creativity.
Pretty soon. Yes.
No, it will happen. It will happen.
Yeah,
it will
it's
happen.
got to happen. And it's not just, it's nobody's baby. It's not Dame Wigginton's baby. It's nobody's baby. Everyone's concerned about this, right? It's not David Icke's. It's not mine. It's not yours. Nobody owns the truth. The truth is out there, and certain purveyors of it, like Dame Wigginton, David Icke, various other people, you know, Annie Jacobson. I mean, there's just loads of them. There was
right.
What was her name? Rachel. What's her name in the 70s, writing about Rachel Corson's book. I mean,
all those things,
fantastic stuff, you know,
are really inconsequential. To wake people up. People will wake up at a certain time.
Yeah, but people
and the time will be dictated. The time will be dictated to
against diversity and against
the time will be dictated to by them.
People having different personal, religious and spiritual perspectives.
It's nothing to do with religion.
No, I know, but people have got to throw down that because they're trying to divide us on that all the time.
Why? That's like the difference between is the earth flat or is the earth a globe? Are they chemtrails or contrast? It's an irrelevance.
It's the shape the planet's in.
It's an irrelevance.
Exactly. It's bullshit.
I'll tell you one thing I got in common with my Muslim friends, okay? And that is none of us want a microchip up our ass.
No, I don't want it up any of my part of my body.
Okay? Something will unite the world. We will be reacting with the Hegelian dialect. Problem. What's the problem? Nobody wants a microchip. Reaction. We'll throw down our differences. Solution. We'll unite. But will we unite under a banner that is the total opposite of what is ruling the world at the moment? It's simple. It's simple. It has to go that way. There's no other way. All the divides that have been created from your black and white, your red and yellow, your Manchester United, Manchester City, Bristol Rovers, Bristol City, Liverpool, Manchester United, Everton, Liverpool, Celtic, Rangers, Buffaloes, Cincinnati Tigers, your bloody Republicans, Democrats, Labour, Tory, Lib Dems, all these divides that have been thrown to divide, then divide, then divide. How can we undo all those divides? How can we undo all those divides? The rulers of the earth now, will do something that is going to make all those divides disappear. It's the only way I can see anything happening. Get rid of the divides. Meet people with love. For those that don't know what love is, what true love is, they've experienced true love. For those that do know what true love is,
I'm just reading some of this chat now. It's saying, I don't think I know, David. If you don't know me by now, my dear, you will never know. You'll never get it. But someone wrote on here, what's this? What's this one? I don't know, where's it gone? I don't know. It's just something weird on here. Where is it? I don't know.
ooh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let yesterday guide you. You're absolutely spot on, because you have to learn by your mistakes. If you don't learn by your mistakes, then you're a severe fool. And if you keep making the same mistakes over and over again, then you're a complete idiot. Because, you know.
Right. Well, I'm gonna. I don't know what the word is, the expression. I'm gonna bail out.
Well, if anyone wants to bail in, they're welcome. Invite more guests up. I might have to do that again. Oh, hang on. Does anyone want to come in?
I think if I can, because I'm gonna have to shut my internet down. So I think my live stream.
Oh fuck! Press the wrong button. Oh balls! He's gone. Oh dear! Now you're stuck with me, dears. What are we going to say now? What possibly could go wrong? Yeah, it's been quite an experience anyway. So, if anyone wants to pop up and say a word or two, I don't know. I think we're just about expired there. I'm almost dead. I'm almost a fossil. Almost part of the Permian layer. You know, looking forward to the sedimentary peace and quiet. In a sedimentary way, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So I think I'm going to end it now. So yeah, what's this one? Can't bear to lose, and that is to come with that we can wear. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll go with that. That's a good one. I like that one as well. That's a good one. Those that are incapable of love are attacking love, and especially the love within us, for they know that without the love for others and ourselves, there is no moral line we won't cross. Exactly. If you can't love yourself, how can you love anyone else? Get out of the way. This stupid bloody thing keeps going on. May you sleep serenely, may you dream divinely, may your slumber set you free from strain, may your rest revive you, May you wake unweary. May you feel better with a clear thinking brain. Quite nice as well. Yeah, cool. Just like truth changes when you add more knowledge, so both science and truth are fluid and constantly changing. Always question, especially we should be questioning the scientists, because one of the main things with the scientists is they are the main problem in this world, because the corporations control the universities and the schools and stuff, what's on the curriculum and what may be researched and what may not be researched. It's absolutely disgusting. And there's biolabs, over 400 worldwide. God knows what shit they're fermenting in there. You know, we've got to shut these things down and shut them down quick before they shut us down. Because if they start spraying some really toxic shit, and they could do it whenever they choose, we are totally screwed. And that's it. We'll just we'll be fucked, and they can turn on the, you know, the lecky and all that lot, fryers, and zap us with the G's and all that fucking jazz, you know, microwave the fuck out of us like the Van Allen belt, you know what I mean? That's what they've done, innit? They've got to put a fucking Van Allen belt on the earth, so you can't fucking do anything and go anywhere without them fucking zapping you. Yeah, can't get to the moon because of the Van Allen belt. We know that. That's why the Russians didn't go there. That's not stupid. You know, they were way ahead in the space race. If anyone was going to get there, it was them. And they weren't daft enough to even try, and they weren't duplicitous enough to con their own people that they've got to the moon for prestige and shit like that. You know what I mean? And the feel-good factor, you know, in America got and all that bullshit. Oh, they've landed on the moon. No, they fucked. They did it in 1968 in a Nevada desert, or one of the deserts, in a massive warehouse near a military kind of facility that was having repairs done. So there was concrete and plenty of sand, obviously, in the desert. So there was concrete being moved in, so no questions asked. And they mocked it up with the Baco foil and everything else. And notice underneath the module, absolutely no crater from the retro firing jets to, you know, slow them down from impact. You know, as they were descending supposedly to the moon. It's absolutely disgusting, the whole despicable shit. Anyway, it's all on Bart Sibrel's channel. If nobody's seen these films, something happened on the way to the moon. Fantastic. It's also on my channel, on one of my playlists called Crazy Time. So both these films are on there, and the other one's called what's it called? Oh my goodness. Astronauts Gone Wild, of course. And that's the one where in the first frame Buzz Aldrin socks the guy Bart Sibrel. He socks him one for calling him a liar and a thief. You know, saying he walked on the moon when he didn't. He goes and socks him one. That's not the reaction of somebody who'd actually done that. You'd go, okay, yeah, so I didn't walk on the moon. Okay, what asylum have you come out of? You know, something like that. You'd say, wouldn't you? Something a bit sarky back. You wouldn't have that reaction. You wouldn't be aggressive. You wouldn't be affronted at all. You just grin and laugh and just say, okay, you're entitled to your own opinion. You know, blah blah blah. It's just ridiculous. Never mind. Anyone wants to get up, we can come up, mate. Yeah. Yeah. You always question every bloody thing. Yeah, the way this bloody thing keeps coming up. Some will never listen, so we have to let them see the truth is coming out, and it must be done gently. Very well done. Well said. Yeah. Too fast, and their heads will blow, and panic will ensue. Remember how you felt when the truth was shown to you. That's a good one. I like all these. They're very good. Where have you got these from? Are they all your own stuff, mate? You're allowed to big up yourself if you've written these. You've done very, very well, mate. So please be patient. Please understand the time of change is now at hand. Very nice. Scan's very nice. It is said that in times of change, it is best to follow your flow, for in times of change, it is harder to lie to your heart. That's true. Well, but you don't go with the flow, because if you go with the flow, you end up in the sewer. You know, you don't totally go with the flow, you swim against it, definitely. Yeah, I'm not sure. I kind of get it, but I know what you're saying. But I always used to say, get your head in the right place. Opposite way around. Get your heart in the right place, and your head will always follow. So you go with what your heart says, told you to do. You know, if you know something's wrong, you don't do it, because it fucks you up. It gives you bad conscience and makes you feel like shit. So don't do it, do you? But it's like situations, you know, you think, well, should I do that? Should I do that? You know, listen to your heart more. Definitely. Think from the heart. That's the way to go. Fear has two meanings: forget everything and run, or face everything and rise. The choice is yours. That's a good one. A single drop of water never sees the ripples it creates, but instead has already become part of the whole and the effect. Everything is connected. Absolutely true. Wanders on waters of wisdom, wash away your weariness and worries. We will wish you well and welcome with warmth and wondrous love. That's one as well. Wanderers, that is. Wanderers, I said it wrong, didn't I? Wanderers as the waters of wisdom wash away your weariness and worries. We will wish you well and welcome with warmth and wondrous love. I think, therefore I am. I feel that I may know who, what, where, when, and why I am. Yeah. And with whom. Feeling is the energy of life, for without feeling to... my eyes are going a bit funny because I'm tired. Feeling is the energy of life, for without feeling to create change, we are but thoughts in the darkness. Yeah, feeling is the energy of life, for without feeling to create change, we are but thoughts in the darkness. Yeah, right. It's good for Richard to put that up for me. I don't know whether I don't think I'll be up for long, but yeah. My name's David, but never mind. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, David. because it's got. I like it because it's got 2 syllables. Quite a long time I had a. Well, you know, It's so weird. Some really weird shit's going on then. Can you hear me? Anyone hear me? Really strange shit. It's like somebody's hijacked me live stream, and that I was sent backstage. They put me backstage. What the fuck? That's enormous. There you go. That's what happened. Phone went kaput, and I signed back in and said I was backstage on my own live stream, and I couldn't get into it. Do you know what I mean? Couldn't do nothing. Then I had to faff about for ages again. It's really weird. I don't know what's going on. I don't quite know what Rich has done with sharing it out and all that stuff, but it's good of him to do that. But I don't know whether it's totally screwed things up a bit. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, I was tired anyway. I just didn't want to lose I didn't want to lose the stream because, you know, like sometimes when your phone conks out, it doesn't actually upload the live stream. I think, you know, that can happen, you know. So yeah. Anyway, thanks for everyone coming along and listening to all the absolute twaddle and trying to, you know, communication breakdown. Crap. Anyway, I'll skip that now. Thanks everyone for coming, and you know, yeah, pretty cool. I don't know where all. I hope the comments come up because it'd be cool as shit. Yeah, okay. Because there's some really good comments tonight. Alright, thanks very much everyone. Cheers.